Labdien! Labdien! Un vēlreiz labdien!
Good morning, and again, good day. We will have a long day ahead of us, and today we start Inclusion and Diversity Forum 2022, and this is held here in the National Library of Latvia and also in various internet platforms. And I would like to start with greetings. Greetings to our guests and everybody who is here, also here in person, also online, and also greetings to the audience from TVNet and Apollo. My name is Tālis Eipurs, and I'm honored to spend with you several hours filled with conversations and ideas and expert advice. And we know that diversity and inclusive policy is something that is binding for private institutions and also for municipalities and state institutions. They understand how important it is to involve both some economic benefits and also for the well-being of the public. This inclusion is directly related to the development of the economy, and this is very important when we look around and we see economic crisis around us. And these issues of diversity have today become part of the propaganda from the war and also in endangerment. And there is a fight against Western values and inclusion of diversity in the informative space and how safe everyone can feel in the situation when there is this emotional tension in our community. We cannot deny it, but still we need to find something that unites us, and we have to fight against those artificial tensions. And this unity and diversity and inclusion is very important for safe circumstances at work and also everywhere, which is important for everyone. And therefore we have invited experts and representatives from several companies, from the state companies, private companies, mass media and NGOs. We have also invited the diplomatic representatives to discuss together the impact of diversity on economic processes and also about management of diversity and fostering inclusive working environment. As I already outlined, today we have to take into account geopolitical circumstances, so therefore we'll speak how this fight for diversity of people can be used as a weapon to divide society and also to fight against organizations, media and the population of the country. And we know that in order to strengthen diversity, we need close cooperation, and this forum will be as an example. So this inclusive forum was organized by help of the Diversity Charter and also Mozaīka organization. And this forum is organized thanks to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Germany, Society Integration Foundation and TVNet Group. But now, a little reference to the Charter of Fundamental Rights. And this document says that European nations are creating and developing stronger cooperation, and they have decided to create a peaceful future based on common values, which are undivided universal values, which is dignity, equality, solidarity. And the principles of democracy and justice are the foundation. So those are words from this important document, and let those words be the introductory words for the opening of this forum. And now I would like to give the floor to Zane Petre, who is the head of European Commission representation in Latvia. Good morning. Good morning, and this wonderful winter day. Everybody who is here in person, and also to all of you who are watching us online. Yes, I believe that this was a very, very good introduction for this event, and I am so happy to see so many of you here. And if we look at the recent tendencies, we see that Europe has faced a lot of challenges. So here we are speaking both about this military aggression in Ukraine and also about socio-economic circumstances, the energy crisis, and of course, we also shouldn't forget that on a daily basis we are thinking about climate changes and migration crisis, and all this together make us to think that we have to be more united and have more solidarity between us, and we need to have this common platform. And so we see that this basic motive of European Union united in diversity, it hasn't lost its meaning. It has additional value and impact actually to provide a high quality life for each European. The European Commission, the policy of diversity and inclusion has one of its priorities, and it's been like that already for several years. And this direction is stable and unchanging. And what I said already before, united in diversity and European Union values, they are not just slogans. This is also a foundation for creation various policies and also foundation for various European Union programs and projects. Diversity and inclusion questions and issues are gradually also linked to the funding in the European Union, similar to the gender equality issues. One of the instruments coordinated by the European Commission is the Diversity Charter, this platform. And this instrument has proved itself as very successful, and member states are generally informed, educated, and involved in various events. A lot of organizations and companies are actively working to promote equality and inclusion. In Latvia, more than 60 companies and state institutions, municipalities have joined this charter, and we can be proud of what we have achieved, and we can also be happy that this is a good foundation for to also invite others to follow us and also to get involved. So thank you very much to the organizations that implement this charter in Latvia, especially our friend and colleague Kaspars Zalitis. I believe that you have heard that 2022 was a year of youth, and next year is going to be a year of skills in Europe. And this also opens an opportunity to strengthen diversity and to create more inclusive society and community. We have ambitious goals for this next year to achieve that at least 60% of grown-ups are involved in education activities. They improve their skills and also requalify if necessary. This is nothing new, but I believe that the companies and organizations that are successfully implementing diversity charter, they know that the labor force that has skills that are needed in the labor market, they help the company to grow, they improve their and increase their competitiveness and also create this democratic environment. In the current situation, the European unity is being tested, but we know that Europe has already proved its strengths and also unity in response to various challenges. And we have to use as much as possible opportunities and instruments to become even more stronger and more united. While in Ukraine they are still fighting also for Europe, for us, for each of us, the task is to promote this solidarity and diversity, strengthen democracy, and also to ensure the implementation of human rights. And everybody has their role to play. And therefore, I am so happy to see in this forum the cooperation of so many sectors, international institutions, state institutions, mass media, academics, local and international entrepreneurs, and also NGOs. Therefore, I wish very successful and interesting discussions that inspire, give new knowledge and information, and I hope that will help us to form and create and develop this inclusive society. Thank you. Thank you very much to Zane Petre, who is the head of the European Commission representation in Latvia. But looking, we can hear that there is emergency sirens and they are being tested now. So don't worry, it was planned. But looking at our capital, I was thinking about the story, how it was growing. Riga, already from the Hanseatic League, has been one of the very important trade centers, and therefore it was also a center of diversity in this region. Without diversity, Riga wouldn't be the city that it is today. And now I would like to give the floor to the mayor of Riga, Mr. Mārtiņš Staķis. Good morning. Thank you for this invitation to speak in this conference and to speak about diversity and inclusion, having this background of our city behind us. And thank you also to these additional effects. And this falling snow shows that thaw is very close. And this is not only about snow. So we heard the wailing sirens. It proves that our systems are in the best order. But hello to all the participants, organizations, and also viewers. So cities are the centers of changes. They are the places which are closely related to the global world. And at the same time, cities can be also very fragile, and we see that there are a lot of things which people might feel that they are not welcome, for example, because of their religion or their skin color or their orientation. And then they choose to go to some other place. And inclusive attitude towards migrants and also to all people to be inclusive, this will determine in the future whether people would want to come to work here or choose somewhere else. So we have to be protecting our democracy and safety. Strong country is the one that tries to unite various groups of the community with universal values. People are standing for their values and will continue to do it more actively and also louder. In Riga, there are quite a lot of organizations that are fighting for human rights. Several years ago, Riga Pride was something nobody understood, but now this is considered as a normal occurrence. Also, violence and at home, within family, today is not considered as a norm as it was some time ago, and I could continue this list on and on. So this proves that those people who live in Latvia, they are more and more aware of their identity, their interests, and they are not afraid to speak about them. And their voices will become stronger and publicly more, we can see them more and better. So the state institutions and companies have not to fight against all these voices, but adjust to them. This is the only way towards development. And if we want to live in a modern and dynamic city, in a country, it is very important. And this is also, of course, morally the best and the correct way where to go. We also need to think about newcomers to Riga and Latvia. Many of them have started their lives in Riga, fleeing from war. And it means that there are new people in our educational establishments and also working places. And we also have the digital counties visas implementation. So it means that a lot of good earning professionals from foreign countries will start their life here. And also Riga is co-financing the living possibilities, opportunities for foreign experts and foreign specialists and professionals. And people are very, very interested about opportunities in Riga. And we still lack all the information that could be provided for them. So we understand there is a lot to do for us to provide this information. And so thank you very much to all the organizations who have signed this Charter of Diversity, and they continue to foster it. And also, thank you very much to everyone who are not just saying loud words, but also are having and doing things. So thank you very much and have a successful forum.
Mārtiņš Staķis ir šeit pie mums dažādības un iekļaušanas formā.
That was Mārtiņš Staķis at our Diversity and Inclusion Forum 2022. I'm not sure, but my next speaker will be more precise on this aspect about whether inclusion and inclusivity is the same, but I think it is going the same road. So these terms are at the basis of our security. So now I give word to Zaiga Pūce, who is the director of the Societal Integration Fund. Yes, hello. I think the third speaker has the most difficult job because half of my speech has already been told. But I'm really happy to be here, to see so many of you here. And I know that there are a lot of people who are watching us online. I'm so happy that a lot of people care about this topic. The Integration Fund and the integration as a term has maybe lost its glitter, it's a bit old school. It is now more turning towards topics that are more modern. Previously, we looked at only the ethnic context, and now we look at so many other topics and aspects of integration. Now we talk about the society as a unit that has to be united, cohesive, and we can have this unity. And I wouldn't say that it's something that's self-evident, but a society is open and it values each member of the society, and I have to be truthful when saying that none of us can be feeling free if there is this normalcy present, because in that context there are people who are outside of it. So it's really important to look at the society, each part of the society, as a valuable member of that society, as a person that is important to each of us, and we have to take care of each of them, of their welfare. So the Social Integration Fund is actually one of the institutions among many governmental institutions that are quite avant-garde. For 6 years, we have been working on issues of diversity, and I really have to say thank you to my colleagues who have really raised these issues on a state level, and it has not been easy. And last year,
Rīgas Praidā mēs bijām pirmā valsts institūcija, kas atbalstīja šādu pasākumu.
In this spring, we really put forward this diversity charter, and it is a great honor of us to be included in this charter and to have this status. And at the same time, we have seen very recent data that shows that a lot of people in this society do not recognize situations when they are met with some kind of situation when there has been discrimination. So that just means that we still have a lot of work to do. We are talking to employers, employees, we create workshops, we work with policymakers, we collect data, we just collect all this information just to understand, not just to guess where we are right now in the society, to base our workings on facts. So there is a lot of work still to do. And I have to say that us, just by ourselves, without Mārtiņš Center, Mozaīka, these institutions and other active organizations, without them, we wouldn't be able to do all of this work. So I have to say thank you to them as well. So others have already mention this, what I'm going to say, that each of us have to remember our individual responsibility in a situation when we are faced with a situation when we see some kind of discrimination. We have to be brave, we have to step up, speak out, and to make sure that these situations do not repeat themselves. So we can find this courage in ourselves, and we can also encourage others to be more courageous, so our society can become more open, more inclusive, and we won't divide people based on their gender, sexual identity, etc. But we would just look at the person, what he does, and just value each member of our society. So thank you very much for this opportunity and enjoy the forum.
Paldies Zaigai Pūcei sabiedrības
Thank you, Zaiga Pūce.
saviedēšanas, integrācijas, iekļaušanas. Nosaukums mainīsies vienu dienu. Vismaz
So
pēc šīs
she
uzrunas tā
is
varētu
the director of the Social
bez brīnīšanās
Integration
kādai
Fund.
notikt. Arī ar Zaigu mēs tiksimies vēlreiz šī
So
foruma gaitā,
we
bet
will
mūsu nākamā
talk
atklājēja
to
vārdu
Zaiga
jāmeklē
again
raugoties
during this forum.
Vācijas virzienā.
But now
Jo tieši
we
šī
have to
zeme
look towards Germany.
Eiropas ekonomikas
It is a
svarīgākais
country that
stūrakmens,
is
grūts
one of
kā
the
gribi,
pillars
un
of European
Vācija caur
economy,
laikiem ir kļuvusi par
and Germany
pierādījumu, ka
has
dažādām
been
kultūrām un cilvēkiem miedarbojoties.
a place
Valsts var
that
uzplaukt un
shows
kļūt arī par
that
vienu no Eiropas
by
vērtību
joining forces,
aizstāvēm un ne
by
tikai Eiropā
congratulating
iekšienē, bet
diversity,
arī tālāk pasaulē.
you can defend
Ar
people not
video
just in your
starpniecību
country,
mūsu
but in
uzrunās
others
Vācijas
as well
vēstnieks
around the world.
Latvijā,
So
Kristians Heldts.
now we welcome Kristian
Dear
Heldt,
organizers of this year's
Ambassador
Diversity
of Germany in
Forum,
Latvia.
dear participants, guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm rather sad I'm not able to personally take part in this year's conference, but would like to convey my very best wishes and also my congratulations to get such an impressive platform together. Why? This is a topic which is also high up on the agenda in Germany. Diversity is something which is not just laid down in our fundamental law, where it says that the dignity of each human being is untouchable, regardless of gender, age, religious orientation, sexual orientation, ethnicity. We see that beyond this constitutional value, it is also a huge economic factor. A thought I would like to introduce to you, which was laid down by several very big companies in Germany some 15 years ago when they created in German Charta der Vielfalt, so the Charter of Diversity. They found out that diversity is a positive economic factor. Today, 10 years after the proper founding of the Charter, where companies can voluntarily subscribe to the goals, we have roughly 4,800 companies, and you'd be surprised also the very, very big ones which are in the Charter, meaning that some 15 million people in Germany work for companies where these goals of diversity are enshrined. Results show it pays off in many respects. Not just that it reflects societal realities, but it also makes the outreach of the companies, creativity, customer contact, and basically the results much better because it reflects the broad reality in our society, and this is not just in Germany, but all over Europe, which then reflect also in the economic results these companies have. So let us think broadly on diversity, not just as a moral or fundamental value, but also as a good economic factor. And I think we all in Europe are thinking how to make our societies better, more diverse, and more interesting. On this, wishing you a good conference. Thank you.
Paldies Vācijas vēstniekam Latvijā.
Thank you very much to
Un,
the
šobrīd
ambassador
vārdu kā
to Latvia from Germany, and I have to say that these are one of the final words.
Mēs šobrīd esam priecīgi dot vārdu
Now we are happy to give floor to
Kasparam
the
Zalitim.
head of the Latvian Diversity Charter, Kaspars Zalitis.
Es uzreiz sveiki, es tā īsumā es gribēju pateikt milzīgi paldies.
Hello.
Visiem, kas
I would like to
šeit esat.
say a
Paldies.
huge thank you
Paldies,
to
Mārtiņ,
every one
paldies,
of you
Zane,
who are
paldies,
here.
Zaiga,
Thank
par
you,
to, ka
Mārtiņš.
šī
Thank
iespēja.
you,
Paldies
Zaiga.
visiem
Thank you for this opportunity to be
uzņēmumiem,
here.
kas ir
Thank you to
šeit.
all the companies
Tas ir
who
tāds
are
viens no
gathered here.
mazajiem sapņiem, kas mūžam piepildās.
It
Tā
is
kā
one of
es
these
domāju,
dreams
katru reizi,
that
kā
we
mēs
dream
šeit
of,
tiekamies, tā
and
mēs
I'm
kļūstam
happy
aizvien
to see that
vairāk un vairāk, un
it
neparādās
has
tādi uzņēmumi, kas
come to
nav
fruition,
nekad
and to
redzēti.
see that you are all
Pašvaldības,
here.
jā, tā kā
It's wonderful to
paldies
see
jums, ka
so
esat.
many of you
Mēs
here. Thank you
tiksimies
for
daudzas
being
reizes
here.
vēl šodien,
We
jo ir
will
pāris
meet
cilvēks, kas ir
again
noķēris vīrusu.
several
Tā
times.
kā mēs pārņemam stafeti nedaudz. Jā.
There are a few people who won't be attending because they have caught a virus. So, yes, so the speakers can just line up and wait to be seated, but I will definitely call you up and you can sit down then. So, after all these introductory speeches, I can say that officially the Diversity and Inclusion Forum has been open. Thank you.
Tagad, kad tas ir paveikts, es īsi ieskicējuši arī
So,
dienas kārtību.
now I will just talk about the agenda shortly. I think most of you have already looked at it online, but we will talk about 4 topics. One of them will be effect of diversity to economic development and investment. The second topic is on the road to a fair country and municipalities. The third is diversity as an internal and external effect and the communication object. And the last will have a speech by Sanita Osipova.
Un noslēdzošais
She's
temats, par
a
ko mēs
very
šeit
welcome guest.
sarunāsimies
So,
kopā ar ekspertiem, ir dažādības vadības
we will
labo
talk
prakšu,
about
labās prakses piemēri. Un pēc
the
katras
good
no šīm
practices
sadaļām
of
arī
diversity,
pauzītei 15,
and we will have
tad, kad
small
būsim vairāk
breaks
saguruši ap 30
all
minūtēm.
throughout the
Un
forum,
kopumā mēs esam iecerējuši, ka
and
temata
we
apspriešana varētu beigties kādu sprīdi pēc
have projected that
4
maybe
pēcpusdienā, lai pēc tam arī
the
varētu
forum will
atvēlēt kādu
end
brītiņu arī tikšanai
around
šeit klātienē.
4 p.m. So we
Nu ko,
have time
sākam pirmā
for
daļa, tās nosaukums
informal part of the
dažādības
forum.
ietekme uz
So
ekonomikas attīstību un
now we
investīciju
will
piesaisti.
talk
Un
about the
es zinu, ka
topic
dažādības
of
pieņemšanai
the
ir
effect
tieši
of
ietekme. Mēs šeit
diversity
arī
on
uzrunās
economy
dzirdējām
and
uz
investment.
valsts
Of course, we
ekonomisko
already know
attīstību.
that
Un
it is thus.
dažādas
We
starptautiskas
have heard
organizācijas,
about
OECD,
it from
Pasaules
many
ekonomikas
speakers,
fórums, arī Eiropas
OECD,
komisija ir
World Economic
norādījuši, ka
Forum, European
dažādība
Commission, all of them
un
have
iekļaušana
said
ļoti
that
tieši
diversity and
korelē ar
inclusion
ekonomiskajiem
directly
rādītājiem.
correlates
Turklāt
with
tā arī tieši ietekmē
economic
investīciju, kā arī
projections. So
darbinieku
it really
piesaisti un
affects
tikpat svarīgi arī
investment,
noturēšanu. Mūsu pirmajai
attracting
diskusijai ir
employees
šāds
and
nosaukums
retaining them.
dažādības ietekme uz
So that's why
ekonomikas
we have
attīstību un
chosen
investīciju piesaisti.
the topic of this
Tieši tāpēc, un
first
sarunā
part
piedalīsies,
of
un
the
es arī
forum.
aicinu ieņemt
So
vietas.
I welcome
Uzreiz
to the
jāsaka, dabas un
stage.
vīrusu spēks ir ieviesis programmas tiešām izmaiņas programmā. Un,
Well, I have to again
aizsniedzot
say
arī panel
that
diskusijas, sākotnēji
there are
iecerēto
some
vadītāju
illnesses and
Kaspars
some
jau šeit
viruses
ir
going
gatavs
around.
viņu
So
arī pilnvērtīgi aizstāt.
the lineup has
Jā,
been changed a
bet
bit.
šobrīd arī aicinām
So
Kristapu
now we
Kovaļevski,
welcome
KPMG Baltic projektu vadītāju vadības
KPMG
konsultāciju nodaļā.
representative Kristaps
Santu Lazdiņu,
Kovaļevskis.
KANTAR Latvija
Then
klientu
next
vadītāju
is
klientu attiecību
Santa
jomā.
Lazdiņa
Sveicināti, lūdzu.
from KANTAR Latvia.
Irinu Kostinu, ārvalstu investoru
Next
padomus
is
Latvijā
Irina
darba spēka
Kostina
jautājumu darba grupas vadītāju.
from
Lūdzu.
the Latvian Workers Group.
Un Ilzi Ogli, Sebbank
And next is
personāla
Ilze
pārvaldes
Ogle
vadītāja.
from
Lūdzu, Kaspar.
SEB Bank, Personal Management
Paldies, Tāli.
Director.
Paldies klātesošajiem. Un es,
Thank you very much, Tālis, and thank you very much to all of you who are present here. And I will start straight away because we don't have a lot of time, but the topic is very, very important. So many of you work in the financial sector, and those are also listed companies you represent, and sometimes we used to hear some abbreviation AML, and now we have ESG, a new abbreviation, and in order to do it, to implement it, we need to measure things, and this is one of the most important things. And one of my dreams that has come true was to show indicators and to prove that diversity either attracts investment, attracts people, attracts finances, as Mārtiņš said, and show the city in a better light, or vice versa. Intolerance makes us to incur losses, and I believe that the speakers that we have here will be able to provide us with data. So, Kristaps, together with you, we were working, developing the project, The Real Price of Intolerance, and Kristaps is very, very good with numbers, because when he was telling me about all these things, I didn't understand a lot, but I understood the conclusions very well. And I believe that you will be able to tell better about the true price of intolerance. Thank you, Kaspars. Good morning to everybody present here. We have the presentation already on the screen. So my name is Kristaps. I represent KPMG, the Management Consultation Division, and I organize a lot of analysis of the economic projects and processes. And I was very excited to also to research and to work with this project and to prepare this assessment in Latvia, what is the price of intolerance towards the economics of Latvia? We looked at three most important parts. First is the correlation between intolerance and economic indicators, and we looked at the current situation in Latvia. Second, we also analyzed and calculated the indicators. Unfortunately, the interpreter cannot hear. So, in order, so next is about costs and also so that they become income. And so with this report, we wanted to speak to several target groups. So first, this is the community in Latvia, so that each member of the public is able to understand what are the benefits, also individual benefits of tolerance and inclusion. Second, we also wanted to research the companies and also show that the tolerance helps to improve the situation of employees. And third, we wanted to speak to the policy makers and also talk to them about things which they were not discussing before. So now we have the study, the research, and we can also explain that by amending some legislation and political documents, we can promote inclusion and also economic development. And the last, we also wanted to help LGBT plus and also people defending human rights, so that they have some instruments for promoting well-being for everyone. And of course, we understood that there are several challenges, for example, availability of data, and we were trying to looking at the factors which are important in Latvia, and we recommend to continue doing such research projects to understand the existing situation, also to be able to make decisions what to do in the future. And in the introduction, I wanted to emphasize some terms we used. So first of all, this is intolerance and discrimination, where intolerance is attitude towards others that is harsh, trying not to understand others' opinions and also right. So this is about daily relationship with people we meet every day. Discrimination is something much more serious. This is limiting rights for certain groups of people. And as it's written in the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the EU, it says that any type of discrimination is forbidden, including also discrimination due to gender or race or something else. Then second, we also looked at the inclusion and inclusive society. UN says that inclusive society is the attitude where all the members of the public have equal opportunities, also to impact the social institutions. And I wanted to emphasize this, that all minorities is a part of the society that can impact the activities of this social and public administration. And there are two directions, how to form and how to foster inclusive society. So first is that the opinions and attitudes of society has to be changed, and second, the legislation has to also support it. In second part, I wanted to speak about the relationship between inclusion and economic development. We identified several international documents, research documents that prove that inclusion and economic development are closely related. So first of all, Inclusion helps to achieve higher productivity and use our own resources in more productive way. And here I would like to say that, in my opinion, this inclusion means that we are not giving away, but also receiving, and we are feeling better in our working environment. And in the countries where there are higher inclusion, they achieve higher economic situation. On the other hand, also in the countries where there is higher economic development, they also help to improve and to foster this inclusion for the members of the public. And later I will tell about the situation in Latvia, but our general conclusion is that during last 10 years in Latvia, we see that we have had economic development. All the ratios have positive tendency, but inclusion is the area where we a little bit lay back, and that we are not developing as fast as in the economic sector. And now I will talk about the situation. First of all, I would like to emphasize that the attitude towards homosexuality during last few years has improved, and this can be proved by research done by local media and also the European Union research body. And we can see that 65% in 2021 had neutral or positive attitude, which is 12 percentage points higher than 3 years ago. And also in the FRA study, we see that intolerance has decreased during the last 5 years. But if we look at the legislative environment, we can see that in Latvia there are no signs that this inclusive society is actively formed from the side of policymakers. For example, there is a rainbow map. Each country has in this indicator from, and Latvia is actually in this list taking the 8th place from the bottom, and this is not only in the European Union, but in the all countries. And we can see that those indicators are lower in the Central and Eastern Europe countries, and also in the Baltic states. And so in Latvia, the indicator is lower than in other Baltic states. And the question is, in which group of countries do we want to belong? And here again, also we see the global parameter of gay rights, where Latvia is marked as non-inclusive, and our indicators are lower than in Lithuania and Estonia. As to the economic development indicators in Latvia, we can see that there is a positive tendency for GDP and also for productivity, but in both of those indicators, we are lagging behind our neighboring countries. One of the factors that could explain it are demographic indicators in all European Union. There is a tendency of aging, and that also means that most problems are related to this, but migration indicators in Latvia has been, migration ratio has been negative, but Estonia and Lithuania managed to improve this tendency from minus to plus, but in Latvia we see 2021 there was a little bit below zero, but still below zero, and we will show also how we have calculated the total costs derived from this indicator. We also looked at the indicators of health and mortality, and we have concluded that in Latvia in 2019 there was the third highest number of suicides in the European Union, and the Association of Psychiatrists say that about 80% of the suicides committed in Latvia are directly related to depression. And so we looked also how high are the indicators and prevalence of depression among LGBT people. And when we did the survey, we discovered that 87% from LGBT community have had depression during last 2 weeks. In comparison to the level of European Union, about 30% have felt this depression. So we have a little bit lower indicators here as well. Then also we discovered that in Latvia there is one of the lowest healthy years of life. And this is impacted by the lifestyle, alcohol and so on. And of course, these healthy years also impact the productivity and also economic activities. And looking at these indicators of demographic and also surveying people, we just wanted to emphasize how large problems we have looking at the healthcare factors and also including immigration. And we see that actually that every person in Latvia is has very high value because we have problems with those indicators.
So now, based on the international research data, I have collected a list that shows how a lack of diversity really affects economy, and I will talk about that further. So at the top level, we created this classification based on 2 blocks, so which is human capital and state competitiveness. So, if we talk about the human capital, then we collected data about the number of the population. Then we looked at immigration, birth and death rates. Then the second would be professional development, like education and employment. And the third is the healthcare and the lack of health care, and that affects the employability, employment, etc. And we also included depression and psychological illnesses. So now we looked at lack of inclusivity and discrimination. How does it affect the economy? And we looked at the state competitiveness, and we looked at the countries who have better or worse inclusivity, and how does that affect the commercial space, new companies, etc., tourism, and we collected all this data to calculate the effect on the state. And the second is the judicial environment. So what is the legal environment that these people have? So what is the free speech environment, corruption level, LGBTQ rights? So let's go to the main research results. So what is the cost to Latvian economy in 2022? So from all these ratings that we collected, we looked at the depression cost, suicide cost, the cost of alcoholism, and productivity loss and emigration. So we looked at the maximal value and the minimal value of this effect, and we looked at how many people belong to the LGBT community, and the minimum value is approximately 5%. So and the maximum value is 10% of the society who are LGBT. So we looked at that the cost of lack of inclusivity
cost is 279 to 657 million euros. We don't know whether it's the minimum or the maximum, but the cost is really large. In 2020, it was a large percentage of the GDP, and it means that it is the third of the healthcare budget. That is the amount that is relative to this. So that is the amount that we have lost to the economy because we have not changed our views and our environment. So we also looked at immigration costs, which is actually kind of a touchy topic. There was the pandemic in these past years, so so it's really important to just continue on the research and collecting data. So let's look at the main recommendations. So we wanted to stress the data from the FRA, European Union Agency for Fundamental Rights Research. So how can we lessen discrimination is to show people and to talk openly that we include them. And another is to have a more inclusive working environment. Our recommendations to policy planners are thus: the institutions have to learn about discrimination, about depression signs among youths, to lessen the number of people that commit suicide. So we also, another recommendation would be for the employees of these state institutions or government institutions to really follow and to follow up on these topics to learn about them. So another would be to talk about the health, how the healthcare would be more available, to talk more about depression among LGBT community and about the employment environment, to make sure that there are more innovations and to show good examples to your workers. So I now give you the data from the Latvian Diversity Charter. What are the effects of companies who include diversity in their companies? So these are the data on the screen. There are sustainability reports on what they're doing. They cooperate with non-governmental institutions, and they also have this education function that they carry out towards their employees and also to other parts of the society. So then there's also a self-test that is included in these companies, whether to ask whether he is happy, how he is talking to his workers or his other people around him, and how this inclusive environment is faring. So thank you very much. That was our report, and this report will be published soon. Thank you very much. So I have to inform my speakers that Kristaps will talk a bit more today. So there is this leader level. There are politicians who are listening to this. They are seeing what you're saying. But another thing that I wanted to talk about is data. So many of you mentioned data. If we say that
KPMG are the ones who can analyze the whole environment. Then KANTAR can analyze data from the perspective of the citizens. Hello, everyone. It is a great pleasure to be here and to introduce you to the newest data from KANTAR that is connected to the research of discrimination among the society. So the research of social views is really important. So we are looking at how widespread is discrimination among people in Latvia. I hope you can hear me now. Yes, the sound is better. Okay, so we carried out this research and connected to the Cooperative Sustainability and Responsibility Institute. So that is more technical information. We will then go towards the findings of this research. So 810 employers participated in this research. So people could give their opinions in a survey that we gave them at the beginning of this year. People could do this research in this survey, the survey in any language that they wish to fill it in. So we were asking about discrimination in their working environment.
Lūk,
jaunākie rezultāti liecina, the newest findings show that
75% strādājošo norāda,
most
ka pēdējā gada laikā darba vidē nav saskārušies ar diskriminējošu attieksmi.
Say that they have not been affected by discrimination. That is 75% of them of workers. So we see discrimination as a limit to their rights or their freedoms. But at the same time, the results show that nearly 1/5 of all workers say that they have been affected by discrimination. They have felt discrimination being directed towards them, and they have been affected by it. So that is the subjective opinion of these workers that we surveyed. So there are different stereotypes in the society, and the most popular ones is that workers could be discriminated based on their age, but when looking at the survey results based on different groups, it really shows that the younger workers say that they have actually felt discriminated against, or they have felt this some kind of attitude that is discriminating towards them. So these are the results that we see right now. And when looking at these answers, it would be important then to ask what have been the reasons for this discrimination, what aspects have been there, why these workers have felt discriminated against in any moment of time while working. So it is then shown here on this slide, which are the causes of discrimination, thus showing the risks where they are discriminated against. So the causes are age, health, race, gender,
Tad salīdzinoši biežāk darba
the newest
ņēmēji
research
šo
shows
te
that
diskriminējošo attieksmi pēdējā
really
gada laikā ir
em
izjutuši tieši
employees
sava
and
vecuma dēļ.
workers have really felt
Nākošie
discriminated against
biežāk
based on
nosauktie
their
iemesli
age. That is
ir veselības
27% the
stāvoklis,
first place.
rase,
So
tautība,
the
etniskā
second
piedarība,
is
kā
the
arī
status of
dzimums.
their health.
Un,
Third is
ja mēs
race and ethnic
skatāmies tieši uz šiem te
background.
faktoriem
Then
un uz
fourth is
cilvēkiem,
gender, and
kas to
the fifth
saka,
is
tad,
vaccination.
teiksim,
So,
analizējot šos te
so who are the
rezultātus
people
dziļāk,
who are saying
iezīmējās
this?
tendences, ka
It really
atkal
showed
šie te
that
gados jaunākie strādājošie
the
18,
younger
29
workers
gadi saka, ka
in the age group
vai
of
nu vecums,
18 to
vai nu dzimums ir
29,
bijis
for them,
iemesls,
age
kādēļ
or
viņš
gender
nav
has been a
sajūties
reason why
labi.
they have not
Un
felt
savukārt,
good at their work.
kā rase ir bijis iemesls diskriminējošai
And
attieksmei
race
tiem
has been
cilvēkiem,
a reason
kuri ir citas tautības,
for
ne
those
latviešu
who
tautības.
are
Un
non-Latvian.
kas, teiksim, interesanti, kas iezīmējās arī
And
šajos
what is interesting
rezultātos
that shows
un
in these
mūsu
results
pēdējo
is that
dzīves gadu kontekstā
over the past few years,
diskriminējoša attieksme
there has been a
vakcinēšanās pret Covid
discriminatory
tur datos
attitude
iezīmēs arī
towards
interesanta tendence, ka
people
tieši
based on the
valsts
vaccination
pārvaldē un
status
aizsardzībā strādājošie
against
šo iemeslu
COVID-19,
minējuši
and
salīdzinoši biežāk
those
nekā
working in
izlasa
governmental
respondentu
institutions,
kopumā.
they
Un,
mentioned this aspect
teiksim, ja
more.
mēs domājam par seksuālo orientāciju,
And when looking at sexual orientation as a reason for discriminatory attitude toward them,
ar pamatizglītību.
those who have felt this are those who have basic education, so primary education, and that means that most of the people say that they have felt this discrimination, and it was really important for them to ask what has been the effect of this discriminatory attitude towards them. So what are these effects? So those who have felt discriminated against say that as a result of being discriminated against, they have not been valued at their work fairly. 30% then say that they don't feel safe at their work environment. 26 have health problems due to that. 24 in the fourth place is have felt that they are limited in their development at work. And the first place with 23% say that they have listening to their self values. So these are the things, the top 5 that of the results that people who have been affected by discrimination say what have been the effects of this discrimination. So you can see the results here, and all these 5 effects actually show up in the whole societal attitudes of how does discrimination affect people. So people understand that these people really feel effects of discrimination. Half of them have this diminishing self-value, self-confidence, and some say that really that they feel insecure in their work, and that it really affects their mental health. So this is the question to the society about how discrimination affects people. So it really correlates with how those who have been affected by discrimination really feel. So This shows people's understanding of discrimination in the society, and it really is a positive signal that people understand what discrimination can affect. But then further on, it would be important then to continue educating people on the effects of discrimination, because at the beginning of this conference, we still heard about people, that there are a number of people who don't understand that there is discrimination and how it affects people. So now just important thing to say is that we should not be silent when we see discrimination, and it is not good to feel discriminated against at work. We should talk about this. We should really talk about it. We should not just stand aside and see it happen to other people, to other colleagues. So we have to step up. We have to go to human resources. We have to go to our direct manager or to the heads of the department. So we have to be responsible about the environment where we work in, and really that affects the society that we live in.
Thank you very much for the data. And I believe a lot of this data correlate with what was mentioned by KPMG. And what I heard is that a lot is related to the working places and the results of our work. And before I give floor to Ilse to speak about the working environment and how to improve it, I am very, very happy to see that we have people who have never been in and never attended our events. But with Irīna, we know her quite a long time, but only recently we are met. But we have started this human rights activism together. It was a long time ago. But now, what is your, as the official and as the Foreign Investors Council comment, representative comment? So this directly correlates with the information that we give outside and why companies and people want to move from Latvia. And this research was specifically done about LGBT. And this is because we work with those issues. But of course, we have to look at this from the wider angle. And if we look at the situation when Russia started war in Ukraine, a lot of companies moved to other European countries, and I needed to work and to speak quite a lot to the companies that, for example, wanted to move to Latvia, and they were asking, what is the situation with gender equality and LGBT and so on, and those are not companies with just a few employees, but with thousands of employees, and so those were their concerns. And so I am happy to see you here. And how would you comment what you just heard from the presentations from the side of the Foreign Investors Council? Yes, I'm happy to be here and represented the Foreign Investors Council in Latvia. And of course, the issues related to diversity and inclusion has become the daily part of our working environment. And we can say that the development in relation to those issues was very slow. And if we talk about current situation, that already for several years in Latvia, we see the lack of employees, the lack of labor force, but at the same time, we should understand that it depends on the working environment in a specific company. And this could be one of the most essential factors why the employee chooses a specific employer. And so this competition between employers is very serious in order to get employees. And the question, what is this well-being environment, this is becoming more and ever more important, and employers understand it. At least in our council, we have spoken about those issues, and we see for several years that those questions and issues are important for employees. Our council every year prepare the opinion reports or position reports, and we prepare them about various issues. One of them is human resources and personnel issues. And every year we present those reports to the Cabinet of Ministers in our annual meetings that we have already for 20 years. And based on our opinion reports, I would like to outline several nuances that in the view of our council are important, and we have to draw our attention to be able to say that our working environment is modern, adequate, and the one that promotes development. And first of all is, of course, if we talk about attracting investment, is whether foreign entrepreneurs want to come to Latvia. And this is absolutely true, that during recent years, besides assessing this legal environment and tax regulations and those all financial issues, besides that, the foreign companies are also looking at this entrepreneurial environment from the point of view of inclusion and diversity and equality, because those are the cornerstones of the daily corporate good practice management. And so those issues are assessed by entrepreneurs. And if we compete with other Baltic countries, then unfortunately our results are lagging back. We're lagging back in relation to taxes and also in relation to the number of office buildings in Latvia, and also about inclusive and diversity working environment. And so on the one hand, I would like to say that foreign investors have been the ones who have promoted this inclusive working environment for us, because they have come with various policies in their companies that they have adopted in Latvia, and also other entrepreneurs were able to see how those policies about inclusive and equal working environment works in practice. So this is one aspect we have, as the council talked about in the context of this topic. Second issue is about availability of labor force. And for the years, we've been in opposition towards the state policy in terms of attracting labor force from abroad. We believe that there should be less regulation, and we should allow the markets to regulate itself, whether we invite labor force from third countries or other countries, and we believe that the market should regulate itself. But the state policy was that we want to see only highly qualified labor force, which is very good, of course, but the same as the solution to fix the situation with labor force was related to re-immigration. And ministries and the government in relation to re-immigration has always had an argument that we are doing re-immigration. We will promote it, and this is going to be the solution how we will fight and fix this lack of labor force in Latvia. You can assess by yourself how well these plans have worked, but in this context, we consider that if the government and the state policy considers that re-immigration and highly qualified working force is something how we can fix this problem with labor force. But we see from our side that there are some nuances, and that those highly qualified professionals from foreign countries and also also our people who migrated to other countries will take into account, because they have spouses who are from other nationalities and so on. So the question is how these highly qualified professionals and our former nationals who emigrated, how they would feel in Latvia. Would they feel that this environment is comfortable? Wouldn't they face some discrimination or different attitude and so on and so forth? Because we must say that still people with a different skin color here meet and face some mocking attitude or some kind of critique, and I'm not talking about the regions, I'm talking about Riga, our capital. And I believe, and I would like to point out that the state policy in relation to this issue is lagging behind. So we have a lot of development opportunities so that we can really say that we are open for this highly qualified working force and re-immigration. We need to improve this environment so that those people really want to live here. So that was another aspect I wanted to point out. And also, for many years, a very painful issue was inclusion of people with disabilities. This also was an issue discussed for a very long time, and we have noticed that from the side of the state policy, we lack some kind of motivating activities so that employers are interested to involve those employees in their working environment. Because very often this is not just needed the wish from employers to involve those people. No, we also need some financial investments to adjust the working environment and also to involve other employees so that they could help those employees with disabilities. So we need some financial support, and we believe that this is also an aspect in which the state policy lacks some kind of clear and easy to understand mechanisms that could help employers to involve such type of employees. And finishing my comments, I would also like to emphasize a nuance that we lack a discussion about these issues in the public media and media as such, because we don't think that with some kind of regulation we can achieve the result that could be achieved by changes in public opinion. And changes in public opinion can be achieved only by explanation and discussing various issues. And therefore, this type of event like this forum is a good step to talk and to remind about those issues.
Jāsaka godīgi, ņemot vērā, ka šeit ir tikai daži.
I would say honestly that we have only some politicians here, and we hear those nice words, re-immigration, and from the point of view of our movement, spouses, dzīvesbiedri, in relation to these family aspects, the policy actually makes people to go away, to migrate away, not to return. And that was very clear. And like Irina said, that those people, if they were in the countries, if they live now in the countries that are open and so on, then I don't think they would return, especially if we look at the Scandinavian countries. And it is only 1 hour flight. And after 1 hour, you are in a totally different world, a much more inclusive world. And I wanted to say to Ilse, and also maybe Zaiga can add to me something, that in this area of diversity and inclusion, there is one pillar that is far more direct and have achieved much more than the state, and those are entrepreneurs. And I have heard that many people say that thanks to my entrepreneur, thanks to my employer, I feel much better. For example, Seg Bank has created this inclusive environment, and they've done it silently, but now they do it also in a loud way.
Yes, thank you very much, Kaspars. It is great to be here and to talk about so many great topics like inclusion in the society, and in SEB Bank. It is one of the main pillars that we talk about. It is one of the topics that we educate our workers on, and that is something that is really important to us. So we can value that in terms of money. There are other things that we can calculate based on this, how much we retain workers, and et cetera, et cetera. So I want to start with myself as a person who is different to you all, but I am unique in my viewpoints, in my hobbies, religious viewpoints, and I am a person who wants to be part of the society, and I want the company to accept me. There are a lot of factors that is important to my company, like my work experience, my life experience, my education. These are the aspects that the company really values. And if we look at the company present, who are we, us employees there? We are 835 employees. We have 310 different employment positions. We have the power of our workers, of our employees, and me. I have my professional experience, my education, and each one of us, we have our own unique experience. So 84% are specialists who work there. I think we are called quite a flat company, so we are very closely connected or reachable. So the channel between worker and the head is really narrow, so to say. So the employees can reach their superiors. So 54% of the leaders are women and 46% men. The higher education or tertiary education are those who have, like 74% have higher education, and middle or professional education is 26% of workers. So 88% of our workers live in Riga, and in the regions 12%. So all the business environment really takes place in Riga, and right now I think by having this online or online work opportunities, we can attract more people from the region. So our women are represented by 66% in our company and in our bank, and men are 34%. So we are represented in all age groups from 18 to pension age. So the medium age is 35 years old. It is still the age of a person who is ready for innovation, who is looking to the future and is active, and it really represents our company, this viewpoint. And there are a lot of things that we as a company do really well. our employees really stay with us for a long time. So the median working time that employees work in our company is 11 years. So what is diversity to us? It is one of the pillars that we stand on, where we build our company on. So we understand that our employees, they're so diverse and they work in our company, and that is, they are the key to our success. It is really important for us then to also attract clients, and we have changed our vision to the SEB Bank, and we have put in this vision all of the things that we do is not just for today, but for the next generations that are yet to come. So all these initiatives have to be looked at from the sustainability point of view. So how does this help us? It really helps us to carry out innovations, and employers and these heads of departments are really, then it's easy for us to then employ people who are innovative. And if we need these innovations, these people who are diverse in their thinking, is the thing that really moves us forward. It helps us to take these steps towards a future that helps our clients to develop. So these are the things that are really important to us. So we have to really take that into account. We have to take into account the clients, and it really helps us to look at also all the risks. If we do not have just a single united opinion, but diverse opinion, then we can also talk more in depth about all the risks. And of course, making good decisions is so important. We can make these good decisions better if we have both women and men sitting in one room, and we know that it really helps. This gender equality really helps making these decisions. So our ambitions, when looking from the point of view of the group, is that we want to be an example to every country where SEB Bank is represented. Inclusion and diversity in our working environment is our ambition and our goal. We really are one of the supporters of the Diversity Charter, and we really want an environment that is inclusive, where one of the questions is about the welfare of the employees. We're not just talking about physical welfare, we're also talking about financial welfare. We educate our employees and our clients about what is this financial well-being, and what can we give to our society. We talk about an environment that is safe, physically and psychologically, where people can feel free to express their opinions, to not feel shamed, to not be excluded from making decisions. So for us, this emotional environment is important, and also physical environment. How good we feel, how have we exercised ourselves today? Of course, we have been sitting for a long time now. Maybe we should stand up and do some exercise, but still, all of these things are important. So this environment, and we are confident that the workers of the future will also choose us because of these values. So the image of the company is so important to us, and we understand that our ambitions are to accept each one's opinion, to listen to each employee, and to encourage them to continue expressing their opinions. I would like you to look at what has Johan Torgeby has said. He is the president and the CEO of SEB Bank. He says that he wants SEB Bank to be a place where everyone feels great, where everyone wants to go to their workplace, for their employees to feel their opinions being taken into account, to promote creativity, making better decisions, which then promote innovation and growth. So he has said also that he stresses the diversity of thinking, and that is reached by cooperation between managers and workers. So that is a mantra that we try to follow. So the activities are varied and broad, but I want to say that the diversity and inclusivity aspect is really central. If we look at the situation at 5 or 7 years ago, we looked at the balance between men and females, so workers of both genders, but now we have expanded this point of view. We have expanded to include so many other aspects like religious points of view and faith, professional career development, and so many other things. So if we look at the past, we understand that we still have to, there are still things that we have to work on. We should integrate more into HR processes. We have many things that we are still researching and looking at. And, for example, we are still looking at the data of people who are working the same job, for them to have the same pay, so there are no discrepancies between gender. So we also have focus groups that are led by the head managers, and for them, they are talking in these work groups about equal pay, about the diversity of experience, about internal mobility, career development. Another group really looks at gender equality. There are things that we are really focusing on, like future perspectives. So, as I said, these are really important to us. So many activities we have already carried out in 2022. They are here on the screen. There are different lectures that were carried out. We talked about career development with our employees. We talked about how important is development and growth. We worked with managers. We provided workshops for them and training for them. 2 years ago, we trained the managers to understand these things, and now we go and do these deep dive sessions where we share experience within the group. And one of the topics is psychological safety of our employees, how they can feel safe in their environment. And now about the ratings. How do we rate all these aspects? So I have highlighted the topics that are connected to diversity. So the first is authenticity. So what does it mean to be authentic? The employee feels like they are authentic, they can feel free in their environment. We also calculate and look at how employees are involved in different discussions. We also look at innovations. We measure how much also employees are included. And also we measure how they are included and how much diversity is flowed through. So I think these percentages that we got as a result are really great. They're 80 or slightly below 80%. And we cannot have 100% because that would be a utopia, but still these indicators are really, really great that we have gained. So it still shows what are the things that we still have to work on. The lowest indicator is equal opportunity. So that is 76%. So we still have to work on that, but equal opportunity. So now we have created this activity plan that we have to carry out, and each structural unit then talks about these topics and go through them again to make sure that these results are better. So that is all about SEB Bank, about our diversity and inclusion. I very, very quickly went through all these indicators and measurements that we have done. We have to still continue our work. We have to still have to talk about these topics, so to make sure that the society is more accepting.
Es neredzu, bet es pilnīgi jūtu, kā
Thank you very much. I don't see, but I feel my team is just behind my back and saying that it's time for coffee break. But so what I would like to say very quickly that SEB Bank is one of the banks led by a woman. And this is one of the rare large companies led by a woman. And this is a huge achievement. Also, in this Foreign Investors Council, you've always been the ones who were ringing the bell to the government that we have heard so much about corruption, and we will develop this. And also, KANTAR, we will continue working on your recommendations, and also thank you for the unique research related to the whole region. And sorry, Tālis, Selina, and the team. So by this, we finish our panel discussion.
Tā ir laba ziņa patiesībā, ka pasākumi
This is good news, and that we exceed the time a little bit, so it means that you have something to say, and there are important things to say, and we don't want to miss anything. And if we have to name our first heroes, then we say thank you to Kristaps Kovaļevskis from KPMG, Santa Lazdiņa from KANTAR, Irina Kostina, and also Ilze Ogla from Swedbank. So we are moving forward. Let us try to catch up with our agenda. So let's take some 5 minutes for coffee break and let us meet after 5 to 7 minutes. Okay, maybe 7 minutes.
Tuk, 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 tuk. Nākamās sarunas dalība. Mēs atgriežamies dažādības.
So we are returning back to the Diversity and Inclusion Forum 2022, both online with our audience who are already eagerly waiting for our next conversations and also here in person. So thank you very much to all our audience who are watching us remotely and will keep doing this. So this is a moment when I would like to remind you that the forum was organized and is happening thanks to the Diversity Charter, corporate sustainability, and also to the organization Mozaīka. And I would like to emphasize that this forum is also organized by the help of the German Embassy, Society Integration Foundation, and TVNet. And time for our next conversation, and we will speak about the impact of the state and municipalities. It plays a great role into implementing economic vision, and also they are the biggest employer if we look in total numbers. So automatically we are also speaking about taking a responsible place into the well-being of the society. And this inclusion impacts the image of the country, favorable working place, and also attraction of investment. It also promotes broader opportunities for employment and development. And the title of this discussion is On the Way to a Respectful Country and Municipality. So now I would like to look at the participants of our next conversation. It will be led by Kaspars Zalitis. So those who have connected only now, he is the head of the Diversity Charter. Also Ieva Tirmaite, who is the head of the office of Vilnius City Council, and also Ātis Gliņš-Eglītis, who is the deputy head of Cēsis municipality, and Zaiga Pūce, who is the head of the Society Integration Foundation. Kaspars, please. Hello. We are here having the second panel discussion. So Ieva, you have to take the headphones because
nomainīšu valodu. Es domāju, tulki mūs sapratīs. So, I was actually, like, my purpose about inviting you was actually to tease Latvia and to tease Riga for getting better. So, because we're kind of, even we consider Lithuania to be more conservative as Latvia. I think Vilnius has been a bit more brave in communications, in talking to the world about diversity and inclusion. And I do remember, it's like I'm part of the Pride. I do remember the first Pride in Vilnius when I first in my life received a terrorist threat. Until now, it was a massive party, and then the mayor. Then the mayor is speaking out, and the last campaign talking about, it's less about diversity, but still, it's like if you got fired from Meta and Twitter, it's like come to Vilnius. It's like, I think you're kind of speaking the other language. It has something to tell about that as well, but it's like, the floor is yours.
Yeah, so hello everybody. I believe I want to share my presentation, but a bit to react to what you said. Actually, the difference, talking about Vilnius and diversity and being friendly to, LGBTQ community, definitely it is, like black and white. Because as you mentioned, 10 years ago, it was really a very hard situation. We had like in the first Pride, we had around 500, who came to be in that festival, and around 800 policemen to guarantee the safety. So, and this year it was, as I say, and actually I'm really proud of this event because it was a really hard work of my last year with all our NGOs, with our Lithuanian Gay League, with our Lithuanian Diversity Charter. I will speak actually a bit later about this, but yeah, so this actually huge cooperation made happen this Baltic Pride this June, an amazing actually events show of all the week. And as I call it, it was a festival of love and happiness in the city. And I'm really proud to be a part of that. So maybe I will actually I wanted to share, and I'm really happy to be here to share I should say that there are still baby steps, you know, because we're like still in the process. This is our journey. But I believe that it's very important journey as a city, as a capital, as a European city, we have to go. So, and actually, it was mentioned previously that, you know, that moment that we are here, we are talking, it is the dialogue between Vilnius and Riga, is actually a good example to talk about diversity, to educate, to just show that it is important. So, Open Vilnius, diversity as key value to empower the city. Actually, a bit of history. So, our Lithuanian Grand Duke Gediminas actually shaped the future of Vilnius, because in 14th century, when he wrote letters to Europe, he asked and invited people of Europe come to Vilnius to live, to create the city, to do whatever they want to do, no matter what, no matter religion, no matter language, no matter ethnicity. So, you know, just come, stay, and live and create the city. So, actually, what we're talking right now about this, let's say, testament he kind of left us, you know, so we're kind of want to move forward with this in our modern times. So, in what kind of city we want to live? So this is the basic question we ask, and you know, each day of my work is usually it begins with this question, because exactly in what kind of city I want to live, because I was born in Vilnius, I was raised in Vilnius, I live, work, create there, so I just really want that this city would prosper and that everyone would feel safe and you know, welcome in the city. So the answer is really simple. So we want the city where everyone is appreciated equally, and no matter, you know, as I mentioned, the age, no matter your you know, love, orientation, language again, so religion, race, your skin color, you know, it doesn't matter. So yeah, so how, you know, we see Vilnius, especially in this second term of Vilnius mayor. So human rights is really a priority in policy. So in the first panel, we kind of were talking about data, and actually it is really one of the most important things, you know, to start making solutions, because they're supposed to be based on data. I'm talking kind of from a political perspective, you know, because I believe that the change started when in the city policy, the human rights became a priority. Because when you leave it only for administration in municipality, sadly to say that, but like nothing happens. So there have to be some kind of a nudge to do this. Again, equal rights and diversity. So this is, I don't know, I was a person who each day was telling to the mayor, you know, human rights, equality, inclusion, this is not anymore a nice to have thing. It's supposed to be a must. This is like, I don't know, you have to think in this kind of mindset. And actually, before this panel, we were standing in the line near the bathroom, and I saw the sign, and actually everything starts from little changes. And the sign said, you know, that the bathroom is for all, not for women, not for men, but for all. So, you know. And again, there is no change actually without leadership and bold decisions. So here I'm really proud that Mayor Remigijus Šimašius really is very supportive and encouraged to go this way, and that's why, you know, we can do all the changes. So what we have already done in Vilnius, again, as I said, baby steps, but we're still, you know, in that path. So Lithuanian Diversity Charter. We was the first municipality in Lithuania from 60 municipalities to join and sign Lithuanian Diversity Charter with a lot of other enterprises, but again, from municipalities, we are the first. And after 3 years, we're still the only one municipality who signed and goes this direction. We have a lot of cooperation with our Lithuanian Diversity Charter, and now we're talking about gender budgeting projects, so still pilot projects are supposed to happen. New standard for strengthening inclusion. So here we're talking about our municipality companies. So we kind of started, kind of a culture which should improve equal rights, people, very diverse and inclusive workplace. Again, we talked about that safe environment, a person, we're talking about talent. We're not talking about the look, the outfit or other things. We're talking what value you can, create. So, this is, again, it was mentioned about being authentic, and I believe this is the thing about, the most important thing about diversity. Another thing which I'm really happy about and really proud, again, we are the first municipality in Lithuania to have, and our city council this August agreed to have on local government level a human rights commission. So this is a big step, and actually we started talking about this like more than a year ago. So it took more than a year to have this this group, this commission, which actually include city council members, the mayor team, people from administration, but most part of the commission are representative of NGOs who work in human rights sphere. Again, we started our conversation about Baltic Pride Festival, so it was really amazing festival this June, and I believe we couldn't do this without our strong partnership with Oslo City, because previously we didn't have a partner. We became sister cities, but previously we didn't have a signed agreement. So in terms of human rights, we started this partnership, and with our Lithuanian Gay League and our Lithuanian Diversity Charter. So, and we started working last autumn on this huge event, and we did it quite silently, we didn't talk a lot. Well, people knew, but not, it was like very public. And almost after a year, when we joked about it because it was like 9 months, and it almost like a baby born project. So we were really happy to see the atmosphere in the city, because it was extremely happy day. The pride was, all the tourists gathered, the music, smiles. I don't know, it was really amazing. I actually was dancing myself from all my heart, because it is a thing you want to be a part of. So, I believe, Riga can also have this, definitely. Another thing, we were talking about economy and how actually diversity helps for the city to kind of prosper, to have more investments in the city. So 1 year ago, actually, this November, in the beginning of November, we celebrated 1 year birthday of our International House Vilnius, which is agency for highly qualified newcomers. And in this place, actually, this agency is in municipality building in the first floor. So in this place, in 4 or 5, I guess, different languages, people get services in one place. So we're talking about, all the documents regarding to migration system, then employment, and whatever questions you have regarding to city services, you can get in one place, because, it is dealing with these things, especially when you don't know the language, the city, no one in the city, it is really time consuming. So we started, to look from the perspective of the person who comes into our city. Yeah, and again, I believe we talked with the mayor because we are in this another format of which we started when Russia started full-scale war against Ukraine this February. So I know that Riga has a lot of Ukrainian refugees, and well, in Lithuania we have around 70,000 refugees, but in Vilnius we have more than 25. From this number, more than 7,000 are children, and what we're talking here, we're talking about school system, education system, healthcare, and other services we need. So again, these are people, and again, we're dealing with children who are very sensitive, and they need help, support, psychological actually help or the war traumas. So we have a lot of started like right now integration programs for people to settle in the city. And again, when we in February started talking to our Human Rights Committee in Parliament, actually the members of commission, because I was to present our perspective, Vilnius perspective for what we're doing, our plan, they actually were really surprised because our message was, no matter the language, no matter the consequences, people come to Vilnius, they have to be welcomed respectfully. So this was like the main thing. And again, I believe that, having a lot of foreigners in Vilnius is our strength, because again, as I said, it is about talents, it is about other thinking, new ideas, because sometimes you are in the bubble if you don't get something from the side. So new people give this kind of impulse to do new things. So I believe absolutely that this is really a strength for the cities. So thank you.
Thank you so much. It's like just to give you a brief point about you were the first municipality in Lithuania. Next to you is the first municipality in Baltics who signed the diversity charter. So that is one thing, and it's like I would like to thank you for all the work. Is also shout out to Evija. It's like she has made Latvia as being Evija, your counterpart in Riga. She has made Latvia, Riga more colorful. She knows what she did, and we all see it. And also, I was happy that the mayor was over here, and as well the greeting, the pride, and speaking out about the Ukrainian people that are over here, because they are the resources. Like we all only see the refugees as someone who comes in, but very little we think as that as a resource. But I'll continue in Latvian.
So Tālis is the first municipality that signed the diversity charter. So Tālis city is really famous for so many things. If something interesting happens outside of Riga, then when people always think about Tālis. So could you, Arti, now talk about the road towards this result? How did you achieve it? Yes, thank you very much. Hello, everyone. This is our new coat of arms of our new region. So, our municipality, of course, as we created a new coat of arms, there were a lot of opinions online, what it should look like, but this is actually a historical one. It has been renewed, and this is the the famous knight that protects people. So it really symbolizes our philosophy that we really take care and protect of the minorities and those who are there among us. So what are the things that we want to achieve? So we wanted to become a zero waste municipality, and we actually were the first one who joined this manifesto. So we started with our organization, and we understood that we have a lot of things that we do that we need to change. And it doesn't really take a lot of financial means to do that. You won't find these single-use packs of milk or sugar in our offices anymore. And also, this is just a small thing, but this organization has changed. So we have also decreased the number and the amount of paper that we use. We also joined the 196 initiative of the state. This was an initiative that was joined by ministries, academic institutions, etc., and companies as well. And Zaitis municipality was one of those who joined this initiative. And I think one day, as the legend says, one of our representatives from our municipality said that we have to join the initiative of the 96 state that I mentioned. And the head of the office said, okay, we can do that, but then we also have to join the diversity charter. Actually, as I say, it happened quite coincidentally, so to say, and happened quite organically. So it correlated with the aim of us wanting to become one of the cultural capitals of Europe. In 2027, we lost it to Liepāja city, but all the principles that we created for this cultural capital year 2027, we have actually retained. So when we created this application for cultural capital, democracy was the first topic that we mentioned. We have to talk more about democracy, and we talked about the first pride outside of the capital of Latvia. So the pride section in our application is very, very small when compared to other cultural events that we planned for the cultural capital. But as you understand, when some colleagues received this application book, they said, oh my God, what will happen here? There is no culture, there is only pride. What is this? And they were shocked to see pride included in these applications. But why can we be so experimental, so to say? And what we do is because it's because of the festival Lampa. It takes place in Tālis, and it really left a huge impact on our society, on our municipality, our people who live there. We can now talk more openly about diversity due to it, and Kaspars has talked to our employees about LGBT issues. That is not a normal thing in municipalities in Latvia. So, of course, I'm not talking about Riga, but still, I'm saying that it was out of the ordinary to talk about this topic in this context. So I really have to say that Lampa was the festival that really helped us, and it made us talk more freely about these topics. And when talking about long term, I think I think this one festival can have an effect on so many other things as well. So here we have a director of one of the municipality schools, and he moved from Ventspils to Cahir. He says that so since the territorial reform that took place recently, we have a wider challenges, wider front of activity. So there are a lot of things that we want to do in our region that has now expanded. It now includes more rural territories. So now we are looking towards the future, towards new conferences, new forums about culture. So there is another example when talking about inclusive environment and inclusive society. So this is the Social Services Center Petre that is seen here on the screen. It received the architectural prize this year, and it is a municipality building. It is so we want to make sure that we offer the best to our citizens. We want to make sure that the clients that come to this facility, to come to this center, really come to a beautiful place, to a beautiful architectural place, and we want to make sure that they feel good in it. So another thing that is connected to diversity is about client service. OECD, in collaboration with EU and Estonian government, created a research about diminishing of people and population in the regions, and then we have to now talk in connection to that about how can we attract more citizens, more to increase our population. One of the issues is how to increase the quality of client service. So this is the client map that I created recently, and I realized that no matter what kind of public service the people want to receive from the municipality, no matter whether it's connected to education or some construction services, all people want the same thing. They want the municipality to be competent, consequent, and communicative with its customers. So, and I presented this to my team, but now then the question was raised how to implement it. And I realized that we first, of course, we have to think about the client first, but we also have to think about how our own employees have all these values. So we created this value and ethics declaration. We defined inclusivity, culture, etc., like respect towards each other. And if you would visit our main center of Cahir, you would see this the same thing that I'm showing you on the walls, posted in nearly each office. This motivation program and other the things are mentioned there to show what are the values of our municipality workers. And we also created this, so to say, this pin that the workers can receive. The pin has the coat of arms on it. It is an award for working well for the society.
And some of our commitments have, how to say, they have received recognition, and we are one of the first municipalities in Latvia that has received also diversity prize, and we are also on the second place in this index. And we organize the survey of population every year, and these are data from the last year. And what can we see here? There are two essential things. So first, we ask a question. So do people feel safe here? 94% say yes, we feel safe. And this is not only the story about the municipal police. This is a story about a wider sense of security and safety. We just heard that if we want to attract those professionals and also people to re-emigrate, so how safe they would feel, and this emotional safety is very important. And second, I believe that Europol was measuring also in the Baltic states whether the population trusts institutions, the Cabinet of Ministers and Parliament and also municipalities. And there is a tendency that the public trusts municipalities more. We have that 81% of respondents trust us. So this is higher than in general in Latvia, so higher than average, but this is also a bit lower than before. So the question is about this year. So how we made progress, how we proved that the municipality can be trusted. So this is just in short, and also repeating what the Vilnius colleague said, that we are just in the beginning. And the same I was also saying to Kaspars, that we have nothing to tell about, because those are just first few small steps towards this direction. Yes, thank you very much.
Nu, tā ir tāda viena
So this is
kas mums īpatnība un ko es vienmēr
one of peculiarity, which is characteristic to Latvians, that we are quite ashamed of many things, and we don't know how to be proud of something. I am from the Kurzeme region, and this is a very, very proud nation and part of Latvia. So we should learn how to be proud of what we have. Even if you have made a very, very small and tiny step, then you are proud of it. And also, like Zaiga said, that many colleagues would say that we haven't done so much yet. We are not such a heroes, but I know that I have organized trainings in several companies, and I've seen a lot during last years, and I know that finally we have to be proud of something that our country has achieved. So maybe you could tell about this national site, the government as one of the biggest employers. Yes, I also had a presentation, but in general, the first that I would like to say that our country is not one of the biggest employers, and we have a great responsibility, but then also we are the greatest example, because it is very hard to implement some regulations or anything else. Either these are laws or some regulations and codes, and then not to implement in our institutions. So One of the things I wanted to say and speak about is that knowing that all of us in this region are just in the beginning of our way, and we have this unique situation that Scandinavian countries are so close to us and they are ahead of us in all the aspects, in the civic society and their activity, inclusive society, and in all these indexes and aspects against discrimination. And this is a benefit for us that we have an example. We can see how it could be. But at the same time, we have to understand that we have to start with something. And I was very happy to hear what our colleagues were telling. In both stories, the uniting element was that there are the right people at the right place, and also there is a political will, and this leadership, like Eva said, this leadership plays a great role. And the Society Integration Foundation is not an exception. In our board, we have half of them cabinet of ministers, 5 ministers and 1 representative, and they are supervising our activities, our work, and they are assessing us. And so in this sense, we have to see what is the direction that we emphasize so that like the board, the council as a supervising institution would support it. But now I would like to say that the audience that is here and also those who are watching us online, you already know why inclusive society is very important. In the first discussion, we heard so many arguments and so many aspects, but now we are, as an integration foundation, we are moving forward, making next steps, and we are also implementing them in our organization. That was a little bit reversed, that we started, first of all, working with employers, and we were telling employers about what to do and how to do. But internally, we assumed that we, as the Society Integration Foundation, we are open, we know everything. And then came the moment when we understood that actually, let us try to implement those things we are teaching others about. And so I must say that telling and understanding is one thing, but to implement, this is another thing. This is a little bit more difficult. This is something where you face some challenges, I would say. But what is important, this is diversity management. And I intentionally have this definition here. What is diversity management? This is not an easy one. I would like to divide it into parts so to be able to understand what we emphasize here and why I wanted to speak about diversity management. So that we heard the first step is that we need to be open so that people would feel good. And the comments from the Foreign Investors Council was very on the spot and timely, because you can say that, for example, people don't have this feeling of safety and so on, and then we will have nothing. And we have had the stories, also Eipurs from Organization of Disabled People. They have heard from companies they want to be open and they want to employ people, and they come to these NGOs that work with people with disabilities and say that yes, we want to employ people with disabilities, but then this person is employed, they start working, but they don't entrust many things to do. They are with disabilities, what can they do? And so step by step, other colleagues start disliking this person because it seems like that the rest of us have to work, but this person with disability doesn't have to do anything. So why? And of course, the person with disability is also not feeling good. So this is the worst that can happen that in slogans we are open, but then in our real life we do not implement it. So about diversity management, this is very important that we not only think how to include people in our team, people who are diverse, but we also, whether this is human resources department or the rest of the colleagues, that we in reality make steps what we will do, how we will tell the rest of the team about something. I could make a simple example that, for example, there is a team of young people up to 23, and we decide to involve one senior. But it doesn't happen just by itself. This unity, this kind of cooperation has to be formed somehow. So there should be a strategy based on values, and this is a uniting factor. And then there should be this internal communication and also this leadership, how to lead this communication, not to let it go as it is, and then also to use those things as future potential, like we heard. Next is sustainability. Usually when we speak about sustainability, we speak about this environmental concept that we need to think how we live environmentally friendly, how we keep the nature clean, that we don't waste the resources that we use, and but diversity related to sustainability is very close related to personnel management. And I already spoke about this turnover of personnel, attraction of personnel. If all the time we were saying that we lack highly qualified personnel, we lack labor force and so on, I would like to say that it's not going to become better. Of course, there is a question of salary and so on, but nothing is going to become better by itself. I've heard from many entrepreneurs organizations that say that we need to attract people from abroad because we lack labor force. But at the same time, I hear that we don't have discrimination at our workplace, we don't somehow grade people or sort people. And so on. We have a professional joke that they say, we do not forbid or deny somebody from applying for our job. Yeah, you can come. But then the question is, do you think sustainably? Have you seen all the opportunities that you have here? You're only looking abroad, but here. And the state policy is as it is, and you need the labor force today. And people need to feel good and well at their working place already today. And so the story is that whether we look at things that we could offer straight away today, and how we could use the persons with disabilities, for example, various representatives from various races or ethnical belonging. We still have a very high discrimination ratios for Roma people. And also in the recent, our surveying company SKDS data, we saw that in general, when we look at people with disabilities, this tolerance level has increased. But if we look at the group people with mental disabilities, then in this working environment, it is actually said that people wouldn't want to work with them together, and also wouldn't want to work with Roma people together. And so we lack people, we lack labor force, but at the same time we think that some part of society is not interesting for us. I believe this is not sustainable, and this is not sustainable both at the state level, but also at the certain specific business and companies level, and also at the state public administration level, because public administration as the largest employer face the same problems the businesses face. And a couple of things that we did and how we started, when we understood that we need to start doing something instead of only teaching. And I placed 1, 2, 3. This is not in a row, but just 3 things that could be done. So one thing is research and survey of this diversity situation. This is Professor Cimdiņa calls it the diversity competence or diversity smartness, understanding, awareness. And this is something that was an eye-opener for us, because I was thinking that we have quite open environment, that we are talking about diversity management for so long time. So who doesn't know, and is there anything we don't know? But at the moment when there is a specific, and in our case there was a specific diversity management audit done by a certified professional, and then at that time other type of questions were asked. So those are not usual employee satisfaction index and so on. And looking from the different angle, we saw a different position of data also about the well-being of people. We were thinking that there are 1, 2, 3 factors that are out of the question, but actually, yes, they still are on the table. And so next is development of diversity competencies. So you are aware what you lack and what is not implemented, and you start working with it. And so in our case, it was that there is a working group, voluntarily working group. I can also wave to the leader of this working group. He's sitting here, and we tried to become aware what are the most essential things we could do from this survey and how to implement. And number 3, it was development of the diversity management strategy. And this is still in process. And one thing that I can say, you kind of think that you understand everything, how to be open, how to treat someone, and so on. But try to put it on the paper, and so that everybody understands it, so that everybody understands it equally. Because when you start writing things, you are like, no, I don't think like this, or I don't like this. I don't agree with this. And then you see that in your small team, there are still a very different understanding about this, for example, one value, which is in our strategy. And this is huge work. So those who have started and those who are on the way, maybe those could be the points that could help you. And we also are responsible, and we have to look what we do and how we help others. And when we help others, employers is one audience. They are informal leaders of our society. We heard that this political position is very important. We saw it also in the surveys and from data. That's something that politicians say impact the general this feeling and atmosphere in our public. But what can we do? Not only the companies that have foreign capital, but also the ones that were created in Latvia and don't know how to do it. So the first, we have training viewpoints, skatu punkti, and this is both for employers and employees. And it means that we tell and teach about discrimination and biases and why they are harmful. Then we have a campaign, which is the only one in Latvia, which was organized for 5 years, and it is called Atvērtība ir vērtība, or openness is the value. And every year we emphasize a different group that is discriminated, and all the time we speak why those discrimination and biases are not good. We work with young people and employers, and we have a lot of activities. And this year there was a final conclusions of the campaign and also assessment. We have very interesting data we have received, and we see that it really helped. Next is izstāstīt saliedētību, to tell our consolidation, and this was also done using mass media, also Russian-speaking media, and we speak about various questions related to low-income groups, asylum seekers, refugees, and the civic society in general. This is one more thing. And one more thing, I was happy to hear from Cahir municipality that they are proud. They are the first municipality that has received the prize Diversity is Power, dažādībā ir spēks. And this is prize in several categories where candidates are selected, and there is a commission that is assessing whether to give this award or not, whether this is just a slogan or also implemented in life.
So the last thing I want to say is this. I have created a list of things that we can take home with us, take home after this forum. So the first is you have to start with yourself. We have talked so much about how bad is discrimination and how many things, how many preconceptions and biases we have. And it is important then to understand that we have those biases and to understand them and to not act on these biases. The second point is to stop and identify the stereotypes, to identify these things on an individual and also a group level. If you work in a governmental institution, for example, we often remember that we have to be inclusive, but we also have to have an attitude that is different to each one. We have to remember that other people have different needs and they need to have this a small step ladder to get a bit higher, to be equal with others. So this is the thing that we need to remember. That also comes with companies who work with people with disabilities. They understand the third point that I want to say, that you have to look at the cons and to turn them into pluses, to something that is beneficial to you. So you have to really look at the things that you may see as a problem or a barrier. You have to find the benefit of it. So another thing, the fourth, is that diversity has to be led. It really is important to clarify the good practices also in writing. It can't be that one person leaves and all the good practices go with him. It has to be in writing. Oh, I see that I don't have much time. Okay, thank you very much.
Man šķiet, viena no tām atziņām ir tas, ka pirmām kārtām kļūdīties ir
one of the things that you said is correct, that yes, we all make mistakes, and to understand them is really important to move on. For example, we see that there is this gender equality here on the stage. We have to include not just equality of genders, but also other people also with disabilities. We also have to think about people who have different dietary needs. These small things are really important to build a better future. So I'm always going late. Thank you. I'm a rock star with my microphone.
Kasparam, paldies
So,
Zaigai, paldies Ievai,
thank
paldies
you,
Atim.
Ieva,
Paldies arī,
thank
ka
you, Kaspars.
vērīgi klausījāties,
Thank you
arī tie, kuri
everyone who's
attālināti
on
skatās.
stage with us.
Pēc brītiņa mēs centīsimies pulksten vienos
So
atsākt. Tas ir ļoti svarīgi, tāpēc,
will
ka
come
mēs
back
gaidām
at 1
saslēgšanos
o'clock.
ar, es nebūtu nepārspīlējuši ar vienu no ietekmīgākajām sievietēm pasaulē.
Wait
Šeit
for
pat šajā
a
formā,
connection with one
un
of the
tā ir tāda
most
maza atklāpa
powerful
un
women.
nedaudz intriga. Protams, ka visi, kas ir lasījuši
Just
dienas kārtību, zina, par ko ir
everyone
runa,
who
un
has read the
nākamās
agenda of
sarunas
today
runātājiem
know
aicinām jau
who I'm
pienākt pie
talking about.
tehniskajiem cilvēkiem. Un kas tad būs tas
So
temats, par ko mēs
those
runāsim
who
pēc
will
brītiņa?
speak on the
Mēs
next
šeit paskatīsimies
segment,
uz tādām
I
lietām kā
invite you to go to the
drošība, gan tā,
technical
kas
people
ģeopolitiskā,
to
gan
make sure that
cilvēku
you have your
drošība.
mics on.
Pievērsīsimies
So the
mediju
next
darbībai un pievērsīsimies arī
topic will
propagandai un
be
tās ietekmei uz
about
dažādību.
media,
Protams, tas
propaganda,
būs kontekstā arī ar
and it will
ģeopolitiku,
be in
bet ne tikai,
context
kas
with
ir arī
geopolitics,
īpaši svarīgi.
but
Tiekamies
also
pēc
others.
10 minūtēm. Cenšamies uz
So
vieniem būt
let's
visi
meet
šeit.
in approximately 12-13 minutes.
Mēs atgriežamies
So we are
dažādības un
returning
iekļaušanas formā
back to the
2022.
Diversity
Paldies
and Inclusion
visiem
Forum
klātesošajiem, ka
2022. Thank you
mums ir
everyone
izdevies precīzi laikā sākt
for
šo sadaļu,
participating,
un paldies arī
for
visiem,
really
kuri mūs
joining
skatās
us on
tiešsaistē, ka
time.
atkal esat pie saviem ekrāniem vai vismaz austiņām,
Thank you
kas
to
arī ir
everyone
optimāls variants.
who have joined us
Un
online.
mēs vēlamies atgādināt, ka dažādības un iekļaušanas
And I would like
fórums
to
ir
remind
tapis
you that
un notiek
the Diversity
sadarbojoties
and
Latvijas
Inclusion
dažādības
Forum
hartai,
has
korporatīvās
been created
ilgtspējas un
with cooperation
atbildības
with the
institūtam, kā arī
Diversity
LGBT
Charter,
un viņu draugu apvienībai
with the
Mozaīka.
LGBT
Tāpat jāuzsver, ka dažādības un
friend,
iekļaušanas fórums notiek ar Vācijas
organization
ārlietu
Mozaīka,
ministrijas, sabiedrības
with
integrācijas
support
fonda un TVNet
from the
grupas atbalstu.
Integration Fund
Sākam
from
mūsu
Germany and
uzmanību
also
vērst uz
the
mūsu trešo paneļu diskusiju.
TVNet group.
Un
So let's start our
man
third
pašam arī
panel
šī
discussion.
ir viena no
For me
nozīmīgākajām šīs
personally, it
dienas
is one of the
sarunām,
most important
ņemot vērā, ka es pārstāvu tieši
conversations
mediju nozari.
that
Un
I
dažādības un iekļaušanas
that we
jautājumi
will
ir
talk
kļuvuši par
about
vienu no
because
cīņas objektiem
we will be
pret
talking about
demokrātiskajām
communication
vērtībām, kā arī,
and
te mēs varam
over the
daudzus
past
šos mērķus saskatīt,
months
diemžēl, gan
and
cilvēku
over
tiesību
the past
aktīvisti,
year,
arī
we have been really
žurnālisti un
actively talking
vispār
about
sabiedrība vai
these
tās daļas
topics,
kopumā.
us as journalists
Pirmskara un
or
kara
other parts of
propagandas
the
laikā plaši arī
society. So
tika un, diemžēl, joprojām
the
tiek
propaganda
izmantots
war
uzsvars uz cīņu pret
really
dažādo
focuses
kā
on
apdraudējumu
the
sabiedrībai, tās
fight
drošībai
against the
nākotnē.
diversity
Un šādai
and
komunikācijai mēs
this
redzam,
kind of
ir
communication
ļoti tieša
we
ietekme uz
see as
nacionālo un arī
having a really
globālo
direct
drošību.
impact
Un, kas
on
ir tikpat svarīgi, kā
our
arī tieši
security
ietekme uz
and freedom. So it
sabiedrības,
has
uz
a really
gan kopumā, gan
great
arī uz
impact
atsevišķu
on our
individu
society
labsajūtu,
and
labbūtību,
the
drošības sajūtu, kas ir
well-being
vēl īpaši
and
svarīgi. Un šajā diskusijā tieši tāpēc mēs
safety
esam
of
aicinājuši
our
pievienoties
individuals in our society.
Kristīni
So
Gainu,
that's why I have asked to join
LGBT un viņa draugu
Christina
apvienības Mozaīka, valdes
from
priekšsēdētāju,
Mozaīka.
tāpat arī Gunts Logu,
She
Baltijas
is the member
mediju
of the
izcelības centra
council, so
izpildirektors.
now
Vai Gunta?
also we are joined
Un
by
arī
Gunta
Jurija Rešeto, Deutsche
from the
Welle,
Baltic
Rīgas
Media
biroja vadītāju, arī
Excellence
bijušo
Center.
Deutsche
We
Welle
also have
Maskavas biroja vadītāju.
the
Dien.
previous Moscow
Mums arī ir tas gods
department
mūsu
of
sarunā
the Deutsche
saslēgties ar
Welle
vienu no
head, Yuri
pasaulē
Reshenko,
ietekmīgākajām sievietēm.
and we
Īpaši
also
šajos
have a
ģeopolitiskajos un
Zoom
kara
call
apstākļos
with
Baibu
one
Brāži,
of
NATO
the
ģenerālsekretāra vietnieci,
most
publiskās
important
diplomātijas
women that will be
jautājumos.
talking
Mums ir
about,
pieslēgusies no NATO
will be talking
galvenās
today. She is
mītnes Briselē.
a
Labdien!
NATO Deputy Secretary General
Un-
for Public Diplomacy. She is joining us on Zoom.
Mūsdienās.
So
Bet pirms uzklausām mūsu
let's
sarunas
welcome
dalībniekus,
Baiba
tāda
Brāža.
svarīga tehniska piebilde par to, ka daļa
Another
no šīs
technical
sarunas
comment
būs arī krievu
about
valodā,
this
tāpēc
conversation. A part of this conversation will
neiztrūkstieties,
take
ja
place in
savos
Russian, so don't
medijos izdzirdat vai arī austiņās šeit
be
klātesošie
surprised when you
varat tās
hear
uzlikt tulkojumu,
Russian.
tas
You
viss
can
ir
take
saskaņots,
the
viss ir
headphones
pareizi un
that
tā
are
tam jābūt.
available
Bet nu par
here. You
saturu.
can listen to the
Latvijā un citās mūsu
interpretation on
reģiona
your
NATO
headset.
valstīs,
So,
kas robežojas ar Krieviju,
now we will
iespējams
talk
lielākā daļa
about
iedzīvotāju
topics that are
zina
really important for
kādu
us,
no
those
NATO
countries
līguma
who are
pantiem, un runa te,
NATO
protams, ka ir par NATO
countries.
līguma 5. pantu, un iespējams, ka šis
We
reģions
know
var būt
about
NATO
the
līguma viens no labākajiem zinātājiem pasaulē.
article of the
Un mūsdienās
NATO,
valsts drošība,
it is
mēs arī
very
labi
well
zinām,
known abroad
nenozīmē
as
vairs
well
tikai
in other countries.
militāras
So
darbības un
we
ieročus,
are not
tā
thinking just
neapšaubām
about
ir arī
military
informācija, ko mēs saņemam,
activities
ko mēs patērējam un arī
as a
paši
part
izplatām.
of a war,
Tāpēc nav
but
jābrīnās, ka
we
NATO
also
ne tikai ir gatavība
talk
aizstāvēt
about
mūs no
communication
militāriem
and
draudiem,
propaganda.
reāli iebrukuma, bet arī aktīvi
We-
strādā, lai aizsargātu mūsu
NATO
informatīvo
actively
telpu.
works
Ņemot
to make
vērā
sure that they
ārkārtīgi
protect our
ierobežoto laiku, ko
information
mums ir
space. So
veltījusi viena no
we have
nozīmīgākajām
such
mūsu
a
forumu
limited
viešņām.
time.
Es vēlos
So
dot vārdu
that's why
Baibai
I want to
Brāžai,
give the
lai
word now to
ieskatītos
Baiba
alianses
Brāža so
vērtībās
she
un arī
can
NATO rīcībā
talk about the
dezinformācijas
values of our
apkarošanā.
alliance
Brāžas
and
kundze,
talk
vārds jums.
about how to fight disinformation.
Labdien, un
So I give floor
paldies
to
par
Baiba Brāža.
ielūgumu. Dažādību
Hello,
iekļaušana.
thank you very much for
Arī NATO ir,
inviting me
protams,
here.
ļoti svarīga tēma,
NATO
un varētu likt to
really
savādi,
concerned
kas
about
tad
this
NATO
topic because
būtu
it's really
ar to
important
darāms,
for us.
bet par to mēs arī nākamajās minūtēs mazliet
In the next
padiskutēsim.
minute, we will discuss
Un no manas
this topic.
puses gribētu tiešām izteikt
From my
atzinību tiem, kas
personal
šādas
point of view, I
diskusijas
would
Latvijā
like to say
organizē,
thank you
jo
to those in Latvia
savstarpēja
who are
saruna,
creating
savstarpēja
these
sapratne un
discussions
tas, ka
because
mēs varam atklāti iekšēji diskutēt par tēmām, kuras atsevišķām sabiedrības grupām ir vairāk svarīgas, citām mazāk svarīgas, bet tās tēmas pastāv. Racionāli un prātīgi par to diskutēt ir ļoti būtiska lieta un nepieciešama lieta. Un pirmais par NATO. Tātad NATO, kā mēs zinām, ir politiski militāra alianse. Tā ir aizsardzības alianse, tas ir miera projekts šobrīd 30 valstīm, kas ir nodrošinājis šo mierīgu dzīvošanu un aizsardzību faktiski miljardam cilvēku jau vairāk kā 70 gadus. Un, protams, arī Baltijas valstīm un citām valstīm no 2004. gada.
For some countries like Latvia, since 2004, it is a great privilege to be part of this alliance, to ensure safety to us all, to be part of this network based on mutual cooperation.
Un NATO tādā ziņā, protams, arī ir balstīta zināmās vērtībās un principos, kāpēc vispār sabiedrotie tādu organizāciju izveidoja. Un, protams, tā ir vienīgā organizācija, kas ir vienīgā alianse, kas ir ar šo militāro elementu, kas ir veltīta aizsardzībai un kas balstās ļoti spēcīgās Eiropas un Amerikas savstarpējās saites.
Based on really close cooperative ties between Europe and America. So it is based on values that are at the basis of NATO. These are quite elementary. It's a freedom, individual and collective, human rights, democracy,
Šīs vērtības un principus sabiedrotie vēlreiz apstiprināja tikko Madrides formā savā jaunajā strateģiskajā konceptā, kur ļoti precīzi un skaidri pateica, ka tās vērtības, kuras mēs aizstāvēsim kolektīvi un par kurām mēs iestāsimies, ir nepieciešams visiem līdzekļiem. Un tas nenozīmē, ka šīs vērtības, protams, ir tikai uz papīra. Tas ir tas, kas nodrošina mūsu sabiedrību funkcionēšanu, kas nodrošina alianses spēku,
make sure that we have our collective power and we protect our society. So NATO as an organization is important. For us, it's important to have this diversity principle. So here I want to talk about why these aspects are being discussed also in NATO and why our Secretary General is talking about this. So Jens Stoltenberg, our Secretary General, he's one of the loudest proponents and defenders of diversity, said that each one of our employees at NATO is a vital part of our organization. They are why we are here, and diversity and inclusion is an important aspect that we follow in everyday life, and we have defined that any kind of discrimination, no matter whether it's at work, whether it is based on gender, sexual orientation, religion, etc., it is not accepted. So what does it mean that it is followed through in practice? It means that we need the best resources, we need the best resources in our defense, marriage opportunities for all, ensuring also all the benefits to all couples. So NATO has been one of the pioneers in this aspect to make sure that the alliance has the best resources, best people, all the best that we have in our countries to ensure security. Without it, we won't have education, no future, no pensions if we don't have a safe environment. So for us, if we say that we are a 30 or even more country alliance that has these values, it really so shows itself also in our policies. Here we are depending on our best people, our best principles. They make us stronger, more powerful, not just in means of armor or arms, but also the human capital that we have to make sure that we have the best experts to face any threat that can come from the outside. So now talking about these external threats and how to fight against them, one of the alliance forms is what we call resilience. It is resilience that is not just connected to infrastructure, but also to the society. A strong society, strong private sector, strong social groups, and each individual will understand their values, their threats, and can act collectively in a group against it. So these external threats that are not just military threats, we call them hybrid threats. These are informative threats, those threats that threaten our critical infrastructure, energy, media, communication, and others. So what we see here during war in Ukraine is that all of these threats become part of this military kinetic attack. So if we thought in the past that, well, there is only military threat, now we understand that military threat does not go alone. It always comes along with other threats. These, for example, communication and information threats. So we have to take into account this hybrid part, these hybrid threats towards, for example, our private sector, and understand that it is a part of warfare and that each one of us have to take part in this process. So, and when talking about the information sphere, we know that since the beginning of NATO, since the creation of NATO alliance, Russia has done so many activities to divide the alliance, to make it less effective. It has always been like this. Nowadays, the methods have changed. How it's done, now it's done with technologies. That's why we talk about cyber threats, but also information threats. Here, I'm not talking about some specific actors or threats, but here I will talk about specifically about Russia, because Russia has now recently been stated as a specific threat to our security, and it has to be said that all the operations that are carried out by Russia, they are planned, they are terribly well organized. It has not, the results are not as good as they had planned. So They have their intelligence agencies in Russia who are integrated. They have an integrated financial information and communication aspects in this intelligence, and they look at it as a whole. So that's why our societies, our institutions, our societal groups have to understand that it is a part of security, of defense, and we have to really think about all these aspects. We have to think about digital technologies that are used to divide our society. The greatest force and power of NATO is our unity in making decisions, etc. So by dividing the society, by dividing these social groups, by dividing political groups, it is easier to gain access, to gain power for these groups and for the country as a whole to make decisions. That is why in Russia, they spent a lot of money and finances to make sure that this would happen in other countries.
Runājot par to, ko NATO dara un kāds tas mūsu modelis.
So when talking about what NATO is doing and how can we identify what Russia is doing, we have to talk about the 30 member countries of NATO, soon to be 32, is to identify and understand what are the harmful actors, and what are these actions that is being done to harm us, what we can do as NATO representatives and the society in each of our member states, how to identify these things. What are these harmful actors, and how deep the problems lie. So the next step, I'm talking about the methods, is to share information with those who have similar information, similar attacks towards them, to find out what are the most effective the things that we can do to act against them. So
tad vienkāršākais, protams, ir
the most easier thing would be to stop these attacks, these information attacks, by talking about them publicly. As an example to this is there were fake messages that were published stating that the Secretary General is emailing or informing Lithuania that the forces will be drawn back. This fake letter was then spread around by bots, by Russian bots. So Lithuania identified this, they publicly talked about it, and it was then publicly stopped.
Nākamais solis, protams, ir par tālāko rīcību.
The next step, of course, is in relation to the further activities. So how to identify how much harm was done. And there are several methods different in each country. So we, for example, if there are some fringe websites or some unimportant sites on the internet or on the printed media, and when it goes from this to larger channels, it becomes some kind of campaign, or it is disseminated in many more ways, then the next step can be technical and also collective response, trying to stop it physically or technically, and if necessary also to involve specific media and to find out what has happened and what's the real situation. The next step, when it has become already systemic, for example, where we have seen that there was a row of various Russian TV channels created in several countries, and they were permanently spreading wrong information, disinformation, and also fake information. And then there was a situation that those channels were closed down. Of course, it doesn't mean that the system stopped and that they stopped disseminating such kind of activities, but at least in the NATO countries, it was much more difficult for Russia to work in the same way. At the same time, looking from the point of view what is said and how these narratives are disseminated, it of course is individual for each country. There are some countries where they try to infiltrate in social movements related to the environment and climate. In some countries, they try to get into groups related to the social inclusion, and they are inciting these people, trying to exclude people who are LGBT, or to make them strangers or guilty of something, and they are calling to turn against those groups. And this could also be on the religious grounds or in many other ways. Right now, in the current situation, it is clear that Russia has tried to use various narratives against LGBT and other groups, proving that this is a country that stands for these traditional values, that they are defending traditional religious values, and they were also trying to depict themselves as a more trustworthy actor on this background. And it is no doubt that society in Latvia is strong, and this is also proved by the discussions that we have on TV broadcast, radio, or podcast, digital environment, social media, and we can see that various opinions are represented in those discussions. But at the same time, we have to be aware that this strength and this common idea in society will not just become by itself. There were times in 70s and 80s in the last century when there were some programs everybody watched. But right now, the various groups and various audiences receive information from various sources of information, and that means that it gives a lot more strength to individuals and also groups of public, and it gives more impact and more influence for them. And in order to use, it is very important to use this impact and this influence in the right way. And Baltic Media Excellency Center is showing this ABC, how to critically think, how to analyze the information, how to understand whether this is truth or not, and also to make sure that children in each family know what is fact-based information, what's the way how to get to the information, which is opinion and which is information and facts. Second, it is also important to strengthen the role of high quality and quality sources and quality media. And I'm happy to see that today in this discussion is also participating high quality mass media, and they are also playing a great role in our public and in our society. Experts and other people who have researched on those problems, they are very important for today. Also NGOs that organize meaningful discussions, how to process the information, what is happening, what is Russia doing, and in what way to become more knowing, understanding. It is extremely important, because I will again repeat the comparison that I've heard for several times, that when we make choices of food, we are not tasting everything. It's like children before they have understood. They eat everything they see on the street. But when people start doing knowing choices and making choices, they don't test everything before they do it. And so this is hygiene. Everything that comes into your mind, through your eyes and ears, it is very important to filter it. And of course, we know that it is much more complicated to filter it and to make sure that we don't receive these fake information. But at the same time, the fact that we have various channels of information, it is a strength and it makes our public and our society stronger and also more knowing. And we have to trust our citizens. We have to be aware that each of us have power in this situation. And so altogether, like we say at the NATO side, we are NATO, we are stronger together. Thank you very much for your attention.
Liels paldies Baibai Bražai, NATO ģenerālsekretārai.
Thank you very much, Baiga Bražai, who is Deputy of the Secretary General of NATO in the public information issues, and she had a summary of very important topics. Thank you very much once more to Baiga Bražai, and we will continue our today's conversation here in person. And yes, now I would like to introduce other one of our special guests. This is Yuri Resheto. Hello, who is the head of Riga office of German media Deutsche Welle. And like we said before, he is also a former head of the Moscow Deutsche Welle office. And why former? We will understand in the next few minutes. And Yuri has worked for several years and reported to the world from Moscow, and in his work in present, he has seen how this enemy is created and how is this state-level fight organized against them. And later, this is also transformed into limiting the freedom of speech and freedom of information. And we can see also the consequences. One of the consequences is also war in Ukraine done by Russia.
Arī cīņā pret ikvienu, kurš kaut vai šo notikumu sauc par kāru, kas
anyone who calls what's happening there, who calls it war. And this is one of the reasons why Yuri has decided to move away from Russia. He has moved his office from Moscow to Riga. He will speak in Russian. That's going to be an easier way for him to tell the story. There will be also translation provided. Those who want, they can have it, also those who are watching remotely. And as I was told, Yuri is quite interested also in learning Latvian, as far as I know. It will be a great challenge, but Yuri, you, with your own eyes, you saw this transformation. And you also were forced to leave Russia. So how would you describe, how would you say, what is, in the context of the solidarity of the community and also in the context of security? So what is your message today in this forum with your experience?
First of all, I would like to extend my gratitude to all of you for the invitation. I am very nervous since it's my first intervention in a conference where everybody speaks Latvian apart from me. I'm sorry for not being able to speak Latvian. I came here only in April, but I am doing my best. When I was invited to make a presentation here, I decided to speak in Russian, although I can speak English. So if I have an opportunity here in Latvia to be able to address the audience in Russian, I'm very grateful. Diversity is of utmost importance for us as a theme, and Deutsche Welle is a huge international organization with thousands of staff from various countries of the world, and we broadcast in 30 languages in Africa, across the ocean, in Europe, you name it. And diversity is what we live by, what we feel, what we practice in our communication with colleagues as our associates represent people of different creeds and beliefs, and we have to coexist, respecting one another and our traditions, but we are primarily a European channel, and that is why we are doing our best to communicate European values. We are a German media, but we preach European values, what is important for the Europeans. As for me, I was born in Russia. For 30 years, I lived in Germany, and mostly I was shaped as an individual in Germany with German values. And at the same time, Russia was still my motherland, whether I have my parents and my friends. And when I came to Russia in 2015 to lead our Deutsche Welle office in Moscow, I was a German journalist seeing the world through the German lens, and yet I was a person with a Russian soul. And when I came to Moscow in 2015, we were greeted very warmly in Moscow because it was common understanding that there should be such a channel as Deutsche Welle. There should be British media, French media. But in 2015, after the annexation of Crimea, Russia had changed its political direction. And yet, we were welcome there. Some would respect us, some would just tolerate us, but nobody would ban us, nobody would interfere with our editorial policies. When it comes to our German newsroom, we are absolutely free to practice the freedom of speech. That is something you understand so very well, but people in Russia had to be explained what it was about. And yet, while in Moscow, we didn't face any threats, any censorship. We were respected. And 8 years have passed, and over the period of these 80 years, I started feeling a U-turn in the attitude. So we were treated as not a German media, but as a representative of other values, the aliens, because we were viewed as people living by different standards and values. And all this ended in us being deprived of the press accreditation before the 22nd of February. After 20 years of successful cooperation with Russia. I'm not going to reiterate that our values are freedom of speech, freedom of creed, respectful attitude towards all groups, including LGBTI. In our reporting, in our coverage, we would often raise the topics of diversity in most general and broad terms. And the situation with diversity would deteriorate in Russia from year to year. If we talk about the situation with the LGBTI plus community and other minorities in Russia.
То, что происходит сейчас,
What is happening now
это такая кульминация
is a kind of culmination,
ущемления
a
прав
climax
людей,
of
инакомыслящих.
deprivation of
Мы знаем,
rights.
что Российская Дума, российский парламент в
We
первом
know
чтении
that
приняла закон
Russian
об
Duma, Russian
ужесточении
Parliament, in
закон
the
так
first reading
называемая
have
ЛГБТ-пропаганда, как
adopted
это называют в России.
the law
На самом деле это
against
какая не
what they
пропаганда, а
call
просто
LGBTI
положительное
propaganda.
упоминание или даже нейтральное упоминание
Even
однополых
neutral
браков
mentioning
и так
of
далее. То есть
same-sex
вот всего того, что мы называем
marriages
diversity,
is
является
a
наказуемым
no-no
или должно быть наказуемым.
and
Это закон
is
существует с
punishable.
2015 года, он очень редко
This
применялся,
law
но когда надо, он
has
применялся. И вот сейчас
in
его
power
ужесточают.
since
По-моему,
2013, but
сегодня
it was
должно
not
быть второе
applied,
чтение,
but
в Думе
now
предложили
it
принять
is
во втором
being
чтении, ну и когда надо будет, это будет третье чтение, и Путин подпишет.
strengthened, and it is going to undergo
Мы
the
задаем себе
third
вопросом,
reading, and it
зачем
is to
России
be
с населением
endorsed and
145
signed
миллионов человек такой
by
закон?
Putin. So
Зачем
we may ask
нужна
a
вот
question,
сейчас дискуссия на
why
эту тему?
does
Зачем, когда идет война,
Russia
когда
need
происходит столько
such a
важных
law?
событий,
Why
почему
do they
вдруг
need to
все об этом
launch such
говорят?
a discussion?
На это тоже есть
Why
несколько ответов,
in
и
the
один из
times
ответов
of
моих, по
war,
крайней мере,
this
это
is one of
прекрасная
the
возможность отвлечь от других тем, это
points
всегда было так.
on the top of the agenda. But
Мы
I would
знаем,
say that it
что
is a wonderful
успехи
opportunity
российской армии
to
в
deflect
Украине
the
очень
attention from
небольшие, если не сказать
the war in Ukraine.
наоборот, их
Russian
нет. И, конечно, отвод войск в Херсоне, когда это происходило, как раз вот на пике этого отвода войск подняли тему
And when Russia left
Мне кажется, это такая
Kherson,
возможность в очередной раз
issue of making the law against the
отвлечь внимание общественности от того, что происходит и происходит не очень
war,
хорошо. Но в любом случае
severe was an
есть, конечно,
opportunity to
бытовая гомофобия в
distract
России,
the attention. But of
но при
course,
этом
there is
я бы не говорил, что в
everyday
России вот прямо
homophobia in
супергомофобная страна,
Russia.
если говорить
And
о
yet,
ЛГБТ.
I wouldn't consider
Если вы
Russia
хотите
to
что-то
be
спрашивать,
a
спрашивайте,
super
пожалуйста, я готов ответить
homophobic
конкретно
country.
на вопросы.
If you would like
Что
to
еще?
pose any questions to me,
Еще раз
I'm
повторяю, для нас
open
на Deutsche Welle
to that.
всегда,
And again,
с одной стороны, нам
for
понятно,
us,
что такое diversity. С одной стороны, мы все такие продвинутые
associates of
европейцы, мы за
Deutsche
свободу
Welle,
слова, за
we
свободу
all understand
самовыражения,
what diversity
сексуальную, религиозную,
means.
какую угодно. С
We
другой
are
стороны,
for freedom of
у нас же
speech,
тоже
freedom
работает
of
очень много людей
expression,
из разных стран с другими
and at the
представлениями
same time,
о том,
we have
какие
as our
ценности важные.
associates
Да и в России нам
people
говорили,
from
вот вы там
different
европейцы, у вас там,
countries
значит,
with
однополый брак. А вот у
very
нас важнее, чтобы
different attitudes
традиционные
and
ценности. Почему вы
views.
считаете, что вы
And
важнее или вы
people
правильнее, чем мы?
working
У
at
нас был
our
диалог.
office,
Мы старались объяснять нашу позицию,
people from
и мы
Russia
продолжаем это делать.
would
Естественно,
also
это для нас очень важно. И вообще я скажу, что
pose
тема
the
ЛГБТ
doubts as to
одна из
the values
профилирующих
preached
тем
by
Deutsche Welle в последнее время
LGBTI.
стала. Есть темы, которые
I
для
would
нас
like
очень
to
важны. Это,
say
конечно, в самую
that
первую
the
очередь тема
topic
прав
of
человека.
LGBTI
Для нас
is
это
one of the
самая
key
главная тема.
topics for us
И
because
это
it is
как часть прав
associated
человека для
with
нас тоже очень важна. Это тема,
human
которая в последнее
rights
время все
topic.
важнее и важнее, потому
And
что
human
в том числе и в
rights
России, ну не только в
have,
России, в других странах с этими правами все хуже и хуже. Как казалось, должно быть и лучше и лучше, но
more
все
and
хуже и хуже
more
получается. Вот такая у меня немножко
focus.
сумбурная речь. Извините,
So,
что я так
I'm
немножко
sorry
хаотично обо
for
всем
being
и
a bit
рассказал. Я просто
chaotic.
не
I have
совсем
tried
понял, о
to
чем
touch
конкретно нужно
upon
говорить. Если
various
вам
issues
что-то
because
интересное из того, что я
I
сказал, и мы
didn't
как-то
really
можем это
understand
углубить
what I had
вопросами,
to
пожалуйста,
focus on.
спрашивайте. У
So
меня есть масса
if you
примеров
would
из
like
моей журналистской практики, из
me
России.
to
Вот. Мне было интересно
specify
узнать, как это в Латвии,
something,
потому что,
I'm
ну, скажем
eager
так,
to do
если
that. I would be
да,
interested to learn what
примкнуть
the
к тому, что говорил
situation
моя
is like
предшественница, коллега из
in
НАТО.
Latvia,
Первое, что мы почувствовали,
but,
конечно, в Латвии, это свобода слова
referring
не в том плане, что я
to
могу
the
говорить, что я
speech
хочу,
by
а в том, что я не оглядываюсь по
colleague
улице,
from the
если я что-то
NATO,
написал и сказал,
what
кто за
we
мной идет. В Москве, к
first
сожалению, в
felt
последнее время такое
while
было.
coming to Latvia was the spirit of freedom. When I say something, nobody would remind me for that. For 8 years, we had lived freely, but in the last few months before we were banned, we started experiencing some fear because we would feel we are being supervised, and there was less and less room for free breathing, speaking metaphorically. And when we came to Latvia, we really experienced and felt the freedom of speech. I'm sorry for my
Man liekas, ka šeit ir augsne
Thank you very much.
garam, auglīgam
It seems to be grounds for very, very long and valuable podcast conversation with Yuri. I will give the floor to other speakers. Let's see if we have enough time for questions. So thank you so much.
Tvoju rieč, bet turpinot tematu par žurnālistu brīvību,
But continuing the topic about freedom of journalists, I would like to give floor to Gunta Sloga, who is the Executive Director of Baltics Center of Excellency of Media. So can you tell from your point of view how this struggle, fight against diversity has impacted media and freedom of media, and how this fight has led us to the limiting tactics of some freedoms. Yeah, this is quite contradictory. Every day, either I see something good and I think everything is good, or I see those bad tendencies and I think it's not so good. So I would like to start that, first of all, our media environment and journalism environment is very enriched because we have become a residing place, the home for many journalists who are fleeing Russia. And this really proves that we are the place where this free and independent journalism can be operating and develop. But if we look in general what is happening in this informational space in Latvia, we can not separate us from which is happening in the West. And like Baiba Braža said, there is a kind of, they're trying to divide the society. And also in Latvia, in media, this is a tendency which is cultivated by politicians and some groups who do it. Here is that they say that mass media cannot be trustworthy, they do not represent all the opinions, and there are attacks on the public media. And on the one hand, we can say, yes, they are challenged by representing all the opinions. And Deutsche Welle will say that I have also spoken with Deutsche Welle academia representatives, and everybody says that we are we have ideal situation, but still difficulties. And yes, we still have difficulties to represent all the opinions. And those attacks and everything that is said, they are not grounded. And during war, politicians and and also some other groups say that mass media, yes, they are part of this system of security, but if we look at the reality, then funding for the public media in Latvia is one of the lowest in the EU. And the situation with war has increased this world view of black and white. And some part of the society wants the media also to reflect this black and white world. For example, the war or demolishing this monument, which of course I totally supported it at this time and moment, but to attack a journalist who said that maybe these sculptures had some artistic value and journalists have rights to ask questions. So, but to see in this journalist pro-Kremlin opinion and so on, this is a dangerous tendency, and I see that those those media, Latvian media that work in Russian language, they have said that the war has created like self-censorship, and they are really thinking twice which expert to invite and which not to invite, so not to annoy some nationally thinking politician, because the atmosphere is as it is. And also here we have seen some announcements about United Information Space in one language, and then we look, for example, at Estonia, and I usually don't like to set them as example, but when I looked what happened in Estonia, as soon as the war started, the question is why only then, but they gave 3.5 million to the media that provide the content in Russian, and now again they have another grant, and Estonians are investing huge amounts of money in Viru County, where there are a lot of Russian-speaking population. We also, if we look at the elections, we can see in which regions in Latvia there are people who are watching some propaganda from Russia or socio-economic situation and so on. And we could kind of try not to look at it, and we could ask what is the relation between socio-economic situation and all this propaganda. But again, what do we see here? We can see that some our web pages are closing their versions in Russian and not having, and look what is Volodymyr Zelensky doing. He has a web page in Russian and he is speaking in Russian, and we cannot say that he is pro-Kremlin, of course. So there is a big pressure on media right now, and maybe war has placed all these issues like in the first lines, but the biggest tendency that we see in the latest years is trolling and mobbing that is against journalists on the internet, and I could say against all journalists, especially against women, for example, with Baltica and Jānis Sondars, and we can see that courts are active, and if journalists turn to the courts, then there is even a conviction, and this Jānis Sondars had the conviction. But there are sometimes cases that some activists just don't react, because usually they just don't have time to do these all court proceedings, and they also think that they won't achieve anything. But we need to talk about it. And then also, if we speak about how we see this inclusive society, how it's reflected in mass media. Here also we see some problems. For example, all of you probably have heard the case of Jānis Domburs, where he was criticized that he is inviting only men to his programs, and he is refusing to comment it. But then we also see another stereotypes. For example, if there are two moderators, for example, Vestibulo or Panorama or other program, there is always a man and a woman, and this is not a question about equal representation of men and women, but the question about regions, people with accents, with special needs, sexual minorities, and also families. So we are talking about it everywhere, and we can see also in mass media that there is not a question about representation of sexual minorities, for example, or families, for example. What is a family? Father, mother, and children. But we know that a lot of high percentage of families in Latvia are solo moms, so a mom bringing up child alone. And when there are some programs about family, those families are not represented, not even speaking about homosexual families. And then I must also say that we see improvements in the work of mass media. I can't say that mass media are doing nothing. I have personally also participated. I have done through various training, and this understanding is crucial. For example, some employees from a leading mass media, they participated in 3-day workshops, how to become inclusive society and diverse society. And they were like, oh, we kind of got that our eyes were opened how to do it. And optimistic note would be that we have a lot of formats how we can see the positive tendencies. For example, we have a video podcast, There is no draft for life, dzīvē nav melnraksta, where we can see various models of life, situations, and various people and other podcasts. So if I started on a pessimistic note, I would like to end with a positive that we have quite a lot of good tendencies in the mass media.
Yes, there is, definitely. So, yes, actually previously, when talking about radio, there were no heads of radio that were women, and now there is. So, thank you to Gunta Sloka.
Gunta Sloga, tātad Baltijas mediju
So, Gunta Sloga from the Baltic Media Excellence Center. At many points, I wanted to get involved and say, yes, you're right, and that's true what you're saying, but we have to go on. We have time in the informal part to talk about all of these issues. So, we already heard mentioned this propaganda story, the propaganda fight against diversity, and one of the goals of this is, one of the aims of this fight is these activists, and Christina, you yourself have been watching and following along how this battle against diversity is going on, not just in Latvia, but in other countries as well. So how do you see it? What can you say? How in other communities we feel this disinformation and this information war? How does it play out in Latvia, and what are the trends right now? Thank you very much. So Mozaīka, as an organization that was created, I think, 17 years ago, we created this organization, and I could see the situation that was there, and I can now compare, I can now talk about the positive and negative aspects. There are a lot of positive changes that we've been seeing. We created this organization 17 years ago. We had this vision that we will be sitting in the National Library with high, with great experts, with representatives from wide-ranging institutions, and we'll talk about diversity. So from one point of view, yes, I see so many positive changes and trends and development. But at the same time, I see that there is this parallel movement that is happening at the same time that is actually going backwards, and we actually call it disinformation, or trying to affect our thoughts. And so what happened previously was that people were just spreading fake news. Like 20 or more years ago, fake news were on the TV, and now this is developing really widely. They are targeting these fake news towards specific groups. As Vaibhav already said from NATO, that they are creating these groups of others that they are targeting this towards. So now I see this kind of negative trend that since the 90s, this is actually affecting so many people on the information sphere. And it really worries me and it worries us all. There are no arguments against it. You can't really argue against these things. If we talk about propaganda as a word, we actually hear it in connection with us, with the LGBT community, that we are propaganda. But actually this propaganda, it takes power, it demands money and finances, and it demands a lot of it. And that's how it reaches so many people and so many channels. I can't say that Mozaīka has one or the other. So propaganda in this context is invalid. So this inability or impossibility to argue against these absolutely fake news or fake things, really, that is the thing that makes this fight so difficult. I can give examples. I really work a lot on the international platforms with organizations similar to Mozaīka, other LGBT platforms. And this experience comes from Poland, Hungary, Serbia, of course, Russia. So these situations are so absurd that these activists have nowhere else to go, what to do. One example is from Bulgaria, from Sofia, where there is a fact that is presented to them that children are being stolen and brought to another country, to Norway, and sold to same-sex partners in Norway. And I saw protests in front of the embassy of Norway in Bulgaria and in Sofia, and I was just so shocked. And I thought, what can you do? There is no evidence, but there is this scheme that is created. There is no proof, and you can't really argue against that. Similarly, in Serbia, Belgrade, I heard another thing that Pride in Belgrade is being organized by NATO. And in newspapers, and seemingly large, respectable newspapers and media platforms, to say that NATO is organizing Pride, it seems incredible to do that. These are the absurd arguments that you can't really fight against. No activists, no journalists can do that. There's this wall against you, in front of you, and so why it's important to talk about that. So atņem bērnus, ko nodod viendzimumu pāriem, tas noved pie milzīgas agresijas. These protests against stealing children and taking them to Norway, it created this energy in the society, and you can't really control it then. In Sofia, not long after this demonstration, there was an attack against an LGBT organization. The office was completely trashed. One of the members, one of the workers there was beaten, and these offices have been attacked 13 times recently. There are consequences to those things. So there is great effect of this fake news. There have been 3 shootings in LGBT places in Oslo, in Pride, in a gay bar, also another shooting in Bratislava, and then a few days ago also in the US, in Colorado. And it's just during this year, So these are the consequences to this disinformation. One group of people is being absolutely diminished. So these scenarios, these attacks, what is happening, they are not, you can't really escape them. It's really difficult to continue talking about this. I really don't know what we can do. But as Baiba Praj already said, it's a question of all of our safety. If we are not all together, if we are not united, then we are divided. And in Mozaīka, we talk about a lot this idea of us as Latvia, us as a unified country. If we do not create this country all together, then we exclude a lot of people, and media has a great power in this. It's really difficult for media to then fight against all this disinformation and to stop it. It's a huge task to stop it against specific groups. We're not just talking about LGBT groups. We're also talking about different other groups. It's all connected. But of course, we see that these attacks against LGBT are very visible. Thank you, Kristīna, very much. And when talking about this event with one of the organizers, Kaspars, he said to me that he doesn't just want to talk about LGBT as a reflection of our diversity. Our diversity is so much broader. We should not forget other parts of the society, other stories about human rights. Can you maybe very shortly talk about your vision? So we have seen the example of Russia. What happens if you go so far? You can't really go back. It seems impossible. So we see countries where this direction has been started or attempts to do so. So where is līdz kuram nevajadzētu nonākt un pēc kura vairs barrier we should not reach, we should not cross, after which people don't feel safe. Also in context of safety of the state or country, if we limit the freedoms of some people. So can you maybe clarify or maybe talk about or identify some things that we wouldn't want to experience in Latvia or in other European countries?
Īsā versija atbild. Да, коротко, я понял, хорошо. Я умею коротко говорить. Мне кажется, что гомофобия или ущемление прав ЛГБТ или вообще ущемление прав человека в России не потому, что русские плохие и вот хотят, чтобы еще было хуже. Мне кажется, потому что нужно создавать образ врага,
Russians are bad or others are bad. It is a sign from the point of view of propaganda how to create the image of a foe, of an enemy. All this is not true, and people don't really care whether it is true or not. They accept the image of the other because it somehow makes them feel better.
И поэтому это все как бы усугубляется, потому что ситуация осложняется. Я думаю, что здесь в ближайшем будущем не будет
accepted, and the situation is getting worse, and unfortunately it is not going to improve. What is interesting is why in Bulgaria or Bratislava people attack gay bars. There are no attacks on gay bars in Russia. It is the state that creates the atmosphere of restriction. So all this is being done to make people distracted. I don't understand what feeds the hate in Europe, because the situation with human rights in the EU is different. So what is the source of that? You may receive some answers from your colleagues later.
Maybe I can continue talking what is being said. I think we should talk about what's happening in Hungary. Actually, it is being cultivated and actually started by the politicians. Maybe they have borrowed it from other countries, knowingly or unknowingly, but this negativity is being cultivated by them. And Orban is doing that, and not everyone wants to have this Hungary model, but there are people in Latvia who have been happy about what is happening in Hungary and the direction they're taking. And of course, my position is quite idealistic, that there should be a political union and that our country really respects each of our children, but it really is important to understand and motivate our society and understand that we need our diversity.
Yes, you were asking also about those borders, and they have already been crossed, actually, and therefore we have those situations in Europe. We have allowed this narrative in the public environment that there is a group of people for whom it's acceptable to attack. And sometimes those are situations that come from the inside, but then sometimes they are receive and get it from the politician who speaks about some activities and some things, and that's why people come together, and they come together, and this politician said that they are actually not fully fledged members of society, and this limit, this border, we have already crossed in Europe, unfortunately. Yes, so here we have this red light and this red flag, but good news is that there is still electricity and still we have this lamp. But here I would like to say thank you for the conversation, for Kristīne, Gunta and Yuri. And now we will have good news. We will have a little bit longer break, so we can prepare for the final part of our conversation, where we will once more return to what was already said by Gunta, that our mother Latvia loves all its children. And we will have a guest, a professor, the former head of the Constitutional Court, and also the representative of the legal faculty of the University of Latvia, Sanita Osipo. And then we will also have one more concluding conversation. I don't have the official title of it. I don't want to make mistakes. So where is it? Where is it? I've lost it. The good practice examples of diversity management. Those examples are always a very good message to take away. And we will talk about it after the break. So let's fit in half an hour. This is also important for online viewers. So let's see you.
Pulkstenis rāda 14:45 minūtes. Tas nozīmē, ka mēs tieši laikā varam atkal turpināt Dažādības un iekļaušanas fóruma 2022. Paldies visiem klātsošajiem vēl un vēl par to, ka
Thank you to
esat
all the
joprojām kopā ar
participants
mums,
again
gan
and
šeit
again
Latvijas
that you are
Nacionālajā
still together
bibliotēkā,
with
gan
us
arī
here in person in
tiešsaistē
the
skatāties
National Library of
šo
Latvia and
notikumu.
also those who are
Un
watching
te
us
ir
online.
jāatgādina, ka Dažādības un iekļaušanas fórums
And I
tapis un
would also
joprojām
like
notiek,
to remind that this
sadarbojoties
forum
Latvijas
was
dažādības
organized
hartai,
thanks to
korporatīvās
the
ilgtspējas un
Diversity
atbildības
Charter of
institūtam,
Latvia,
kā arī
Corporate
LGBT un viņu draugu
Sustainability
apvienībai Mozaīka.
and
Jāuzsver arī, ka
Responsibility
Dažādības un
Institute
iekļaušanas
and
fórums notiek
organization
ar Vācijas
Mozaīka.
ārlietu
And this
ministrijas
is
sadarbības un
organized
integrācijas
by the
fonda
support of
un
the
TVNet
German
grupas atbalstu.
Ministry of Foreign
Ir
Affairs
pienācis laiks,
and also
kā
the
īpašo
Integration
fóruma
Foundation and
viesi
also our mass
uzklausīt
media.
cilvēku, kura vārdi
And now, as a special guest,
2020. gada
we would
12.
like to
novembrī
listen
izmainīja to, kā
to
mēs
the
līdz pat šai dienai raugāmies
person
uz LGBT
who's
tiesībām
saying
Latvijā.
whose words
Uz tiesībām,
in
kuras
December
šogad laikā
2020
nekādā veidā
changed
nav
the
zaudējušas aktualitāti.
outlook towards
Un
the rights
uzklausīsim
of
cilvēku,
LGBT.
bez kura
And
mēs
so let us
nevarētu
listen
teikt
to the person without
ikoniskos
whom
vārdus
we couldn't say
Latvijai,
those
Latvijai
iconic
visi
words that
bērni
Mother
mīļi.
Latvia
Un
loves
tieši
all
šāds
their
ir arī
children.
nākamās
And this is
runas
also
nosaukums.
the
Cienījamie
title of
klātesošie
our next
tiešraides
speech. So,
vērotāji,
dear listeners
Mārtiņš Latvijas
and
Universitātes juridiskās
audience, the
fakultātes
floor
profesore,
goes to the
reiz arī
professor
Satversmes
of the
tiesas
University of
tiesnesei
Latvia,
Sanitai
Faculty of
Osipovai.
Law,
Lūdzu.
and also the former judge of the Constitutional Courts, Sanita Osipova. Please, the floor is yours. Hello to everyone. I feel very honored that I was invited to make a speech here. This is fantastic that we want to listen to each other, to change our ideas and thoughts. 2 years ago, when I said this very simple sentence that for Mother Latvia, all children are favorites. I didn't expect that it would cause a storm, that there would be an explosion, and so many times I was forced to answer very simple questions. Just in relation to this very, very simple sentence, how arrogant I am. Have I imagined that I am a Mother Latvia? How can I say something like that on behalf of Mother Latvia? Or also, would Saeima, our parliament, represent Mother Latvia? And how many members of the parliament can make decisions in favor of the Mother Latvia? Why do we need to talk about this sentence? This is so self-explaining. So today I will a little bit think about why do we need to talk about the Mother Latvia, who is she, and who are their children. Everything started with a nation, everything started with people. And Aristotle at his time said that the state is individuals, not women or ships. Since Aristotle's times, also women are humans, something has changed, but the country, the state cannot exist if there is no a nation that needs this state. And what is a nation? Nation is people who are linked by their links, by culture, language, patriotism. And if the nation wants to self-determine their fate, and if they are not satisfied that they are within a certain large country, then this nation tries to establish their own country. Latvia was lucky and they established their own country. Catalonia didn't have this chance a couple of years ago. So what is a nation of Latvia? During recent years and also from the high political levels, I feel that they are trying to divide the nation. And the question is whether the nation of Latvia is nation of Latvians, so would only Latvians form the nation of Latvia, or everyone who belongs to Latvia, all citizens who belong to Latvia. And if we look at law, there are no questions like that, because both citizens who have received citizenship after birth and also citizens who have received citizenship according to principle of land, and also naturalized citizens, they are equal, and altogether they form a nation. But this question is posed, and this question insults and also divides the society, especially during the war, when part of the nation of Latvia, their native language is not Latvian, and for God's sake, if it's a Russian language. And of course, it is important to have this national self-awareness, but about 100 years ago, during the President Ulmanis time, Latvians wanted to get out of German shadow, and they were translating surnames into Latvian so that all the society would understand that they're Latvians. Then in the 90s, we had another way when the couple, they were getting married. Some couples, for example, translated their surnames from Russian to the Latvian, from Morozov, for example, to Zaliņa. And what is our Latvianship? Is it name and surname or respect towards culture and language? That I am able to communicate in Latvian language with everyone who belongs to my nation. I respect my language. I am patriot. I belong to the nation of Latvia. I belong to this nation. I am lucky. I was born Latvian. And that was my decision to take this Russian surname. And sometimes they are. I've had cases that people were also asking about my Latvian belonging because I have Russian surname. And I changed this surname to Russian surname because of respect to my family, to my previous people who lived before me. And we are moving towards inclusive society, but it doesn't come by itself. It is a result of development. And for us, this time we have spent in a democratic country, and since we have kept and started these foundational values, it's not been a long time. It's only about 30 years. And traditionally, none of the societies are homogeneous. They separate people by the blood principle, by principle of skin color, religion, and many other features. So the society, in order to guarantee normality, they set out what is the standard, and which is outside of the standard, it is put somewhere away. So, for example, in Christian Europe, people who committed suicide, they were buried behind the fence because they did the sin, they have killed themselves. So, those who died naturally, they can be buried in a sanctified land, and the rest behind the fence. So, there is a separation, those who are like us, and the rest are behind. So Riga city, there are some walls, and there is the Moscow suburb who have no this opportunity to live within these walls. So separation are the ones who are own people, and then there are other people who are separated, who live somewhere away. They are kind of those people who are ill and they are sent away from the city. Already for several years we've been working with integration, and all the citizens are citizens, but somehow Latvians kind of put the borders around them and are not open. And then those who are in a certain religion, they are in their religion, and then strangers are strangers. They are black sheep in our beautiful, nice herd. So integration means that we recognize that all of us are together, all have equal rights, but still we separate people according to some features. Inclusive society is the last step. where we don't separate people. People are diverse. They are not the same color. All of us are diverse and everyone is respected. Everybody is enjoying equality, and of course it's not the state that can guarantee this equal rights and equality. It has to be guaranteed by the society itself. And of course, in a very short time, we were going through those two phases. Totalitarian Soviet Union, they were very much pushing this separation. Remember, these exiles and also dissidents, they were placed in psychiatric wards, and homosexual people were placed in prisons. So this was separation. Those who are not like us, all of us have to pretend that we are the same, and while we are the same, we live together, but when enjoying the freedom of speech, I say that the Republic of Latvia was not bad. I wear the Latvian flag or something. I am pushed out of this circle and I'm separated somewhere in the prison, in the psychiatric ward, or I can live, for example, 100 kilometers from Riga. We have had this some tens of years ago, and now we have gotten to integration. In the beginning, we didn't have these naturalization windows. Naturalization was not available. Many other things were not available, but now we are on this thin ice where we have so-called equality, but this public opinion changes very slowly, and the only way how we can change our society so that everyone would feel good here, and this is a goal for an inclusive society. So not that everyone is equal, the same, but so that everyone feels good, and we have a long way to go towards this. And the last centuries have changed a lot of things. Even the last tens of years have changed a lot of things. And I'm not talking about minorities in today's understanding. I would like to remind that just recently, large part of us also belong to minorities. For example, just before the World War II in Latvia, it was considered that men are humans. Women in civil rights, they were not equal to men, because women's fate was to love and to suffer. And here I have found also one item which I found next to the bed, not my grandmother, but at other grandmother's place, that this was also sewn onto the fabric, that the fate of a woman is to love and to suffer. And both of my grandmas lived in patriotic family where husband was always right. This is just a couple of generations back.
Latvians are not a nation of culture, a cultural nation, because they can become people if they take upon a culture of Germans or Russians. That was in the 19th century. Latvians cannot be cultural people, and that has been shown to be incorrect already in the end of 19th. One aspect, the scientific language, we really sometimes lack scientific terminology, and that is our common problem. During the Soviet Union, another aspect, so during Soviet Union, when talking about people with disability, only adults could get a status of disability. So children couldn't be someone with disability. We have come a long way. We have understood so many things. Us as a nation, we are moving forward and we are becoming better. So why did those traditions change so quickly? Because during Enlightenment, there was an idea created that each child is a child of God, made in its image. So each person has respect and needs respect because he has received that from God. Each person needs its freedom and its respect. And since then, we are continuing to talk about equality against amongst men, among women, different sexual orientation, races, religions. We are the carriers of respect throughout these centuries. So why are we not talking more about human respect? Legally, it was not explained in Latvian doctrine. It was in international doctrine, but who reads those? Some terms are not explained in Latvian. So why do we talk about human respect? So what is it? What is respect? If a person is valuable, if he has demands respect, then he has to have his rights. That person can then be equal in its rights to vote, to become candidates, etc. So we cannot be a democratic country if we cannot say that each country has democratic rights. If one person is valuable and another is not. So I am not Mother Latvia, and 100 parliamentarians voted, politicians are not as well. We are all Latvia. Mother Latvia loves us all. Those with disabilities, those of different genders. It is a moss that grows anywhere, even on the barest rock. It is unconditional love. That is Mother Latvia against its nation, against everyone. The discussions about Mother Latvia were really painful to me because I remember when my grandmother was asked which of her child is her favorite, she always said, if you bite one finger, you are hurting. You can't say one and not say another. So who is brave enough to say that one is more equal and one is more demanding of respect than others, and who does not belong to one's homeland? And it is really shameful that we are still talking about these things, that we're still talking about inclusive society, that it is important where we include everyone, where we don't separate others, where this person could become who he is only when he goes to Berlin or another country. Are we then ashamed of these children? I really hope that Latvia in the future will change as dynamically as it has when Latvians were emancipated, women became emancipated. We don't call people with disability invalids anymore. So we really develop really quickly. We develop in the right direction. We just need one thing. We need to listen to each other and respect each other. Thank you very much.
Liels paldies! Liels paldies!
Thank you very much.
Pilna runa, un es domāju,
a speech full of symbols. Thank you very much for that. It would be great for others to hear that, for other schools as well, and educational institutions to hear the speech. And thank you very much for that. So we continue on. Thank you very much to Sanita Osipova for your speech. So let's continue on with our speeches. It is great to have people
norientēt to bākas gaismu paturēt priekšā.
Really
Mēs dosimies tālāk uz noslēdzošo paneļu diskusiju, un tās nosaukums ir dažādības vadības labās prakses piemēri. Un labā prakse dažādības vadības jomā vairs netiek uzskatīta par kaut ko ļoti teorētisku vai atrautu no Latvijas realitātes, tā arī vairs
devoid or very far away from the Latvian society. With many examples, LGBT has good examples. We can see them in huge corporations, companies in Latvia, and we already heard today about these good examples. So
cilvēcīgam ir jābūt gan vienam šim darbdevējam, pašam darbiniekam, un tas ir tas pamats, kuru veidojas tās attiecības. Un uz pēdējo šīs foruma sarunu, par dažādības labās prakses, piemēram, es aicināšu vadīt Dats Kelmani, korporatīvās ilgtspējas un atbildības institūta vadītāju. Labdien! Un
Data Helmane, who is the corporate sustainability and responsibility institute head, and I also invite Polina Nazarova, who is the administration head in Baltic region of Deloitte, and Alessia Kirchenko, SED Global Services in Riga, a deputy head, and also the head of the Printful brand, Nora Inves. Yes, hello. It is a great pleasure to be here in November for the fourth time this year that is dedicated to inclusion and diversity, despite the fact that there have been many events already, that there have been different topics. We are talking about diversity very widely and broadly. I was asked before the discussion to share with the practice examples, and I realized that there are not many of them. Not many examples of good practices. So I think there are still challenges. There are many of them, but compared to 2011, when our Institute of Corporative Sustainability and Responsibility was created, we created a criteria for a sustainability index, and we realized that it is really too soon to talk about these issues, for example, gender equality or other topics. Then a few years later, the situation started to change and to improve. We realized that we have to talk about employers, even about topics that didn't seem very comfortable at that point. But I was really surprised by 2017 when KANTAR initiative showed about the employer survey, because I was living in an environment thinking that the environment is changing, that the society is becoming more respectful towards different people, but this survey of employers really made me look at it more critically and understand what is the situation in reality. So soon the Corporative Sustainability and Responsibility Institute will show results about whether the situation has improved over the past few years. I really hope it has. But actually, these 5 years ago, when we were talking about lack of employees, lack of workers, it already showed that employers really separate and those who have some kind of mental disabilities, nobody wants to employ people with mental disabilities, even when his skills are adequate. People also, employers also really don't include those who have different sexuality. I don't really see how that can ever affect your work performance. And it was really sad to see that budgeting institutions, the budgeting organizations, people, employers are more willing to admit that they don't want to employ those with different sexual orientations. So those and many other aspects really made us think, and our discussion is about good practices. So that is why we, actually I as a moderator, should go away from the challenges and go towards the solutions, and you are ready to talk about that. If I had to talk about the good things, the positives, then I have to think about the sustainability index. A lot more companies, even in internal organizations or in internal documents, say that they do not separate people according to their gender, etc. That we respect everyone, but it is clear that inclusive society and inclusive working environment does not, it's not enough to have these slogans to exist there. We, each one of us, have to make sure that we are respectful towards each other in the workplace. So I'm really happy to see you here who will talk about these good practices about your organizations. I know that you have made some slides and some presentations. So Deloitte, Polina, who is from Deloitte, you can now talk about your experience. Yes, thank you very much. I will talk in Latvian and the presentation will be in English. I want to be inclusive. So I really like the quote that this is a topic that is like a bridge to what I want to talk about. So I want to concentrate more on the diversity directions, on diversity and communication channels where I can talk about these issues. So here I'm not just talking about media, I'm also talking about just communication among people. I want to say that me and Deloitte as an organization has its pillars that are the most important for them. One of them is women empowerment, to encourage them to get and try to reach higher positions, and also the second pillar is LGBT plus, and third is mental health. So here I would like to again say that diversity means many things. Diversity is each person with an opinion that is different from yours. That doesn't only mean that this person is from a minority or something that is defined by policy, but diversity and inclusive society is when we can respectfully listen to people who are different. So when talking about these communication channels that we could use in these cases, we can talk about how in some companies you can create a more inclusive communication. And we could start with the last point. And one important element is tone from the top. It is really great to have great policies for the manager to have sent a great email to all employees and spoken to all the employees in a meeting or another. But if the manager does not really talk openly about diversity in everyday life and does not show respect towards different people in everyday life or accept some kind of jokes then we can still understand that then diversity only stays in these ethics codes and only on paper. And so here I'm talking about these good practices when the managers talk about diversity and embody these good communication practices and inclusive society goals.
Another thing in relation to communication, which I hadn't thought sometime before, is that how much we are impacted by visual image of everything we see. And today, in this digital environment, we talk via MS Teams, we see faces and backgrounds. Backgrounds. And this is something that we can also use to express our attitude in this or another issue. And therefore today I would like to talk about several examples from Deloitte. One is very fresh, and this is a mental health campaign that Deloitte organized in October globally in whole world. And also in the Baltics. And here you can see some cartoons, some visuals that show that an individual who could have mental health issues is the same as me. And maybe I am the person, this person, because when we speak about the mental health, very often there is a feeling that we are generally speaking about those who live in these psychiatric wards or that violently behave on the streets. But actually, depression, burnout are also mental health problems. And those are the things we cannot notice so easily. And basically, we even don't know whether those people have those problems or not. So this month and those various activities that were organized within this month specifically talked about the fact that we could start with being aware. How are those people who are next to us? Maybe they look great, everything is good, they are very positive, they are always smiling and so on. But inside, they are fighting with very complicated problems. The second topic is LGBT plus, where especially large attention is devoted to the Central European countries from the side of Deloitte, because we already spoke before that in countries like Poland, Hungary, the attitude towards LGBT plus community is totally different in comparison with Great Britain or Germany, or sometimes we say those developed countries. But we as Deloitte, of course, we don't want to Central European countries to be considered less developed. And here are also some examples. One which speaks to me directly and which was very important for me was related to the fake news, and we also spoke about this and about also those conspiracy theories, and everything comes out of not knowing. I don't understand what it is, so most possibly this is something bad. And I was actually very impressed by webinar LGBT plus alphabet demystifying, where in a very simple language they explained what does it mean, and it was explained by Deloitte employees from this community. And for me it seemed very sincere, very positive, and also it spoke to me. And also here, if we speak about tone from the top, we can see the speech by one of our main leaders, and he expressed his support very clearly. And the third thing I would like to speak about is women empowerment. And Deloitte, both globally and also in the Central Europe, has very clear goals related to gender parity, also about equality in the gender equality in the Deloitte board. And in the Baltics, we have very good results because our leading partner in the whole Baltics is a woman. And we can also see her participating in a discussion during the HR week in Latvia, which was just recently, and returning back to the stone from the top. It is that when you see that on the top there is somebody who understands you very well, it is much more easier to make the next step. And I would like to conclude today's conversation with one very short video, which is also a wish to all of us, because communication, once more, is not just social media, webinars and media. This is just conversations, supportive conversations for specific people in their needs.
We've all seen it happen. Something is said, it's supposed to be a joke, but really it's a hurtful insult.
And you can see the victim really feels it, feels diminished, feels excluded.
So what's the answer? You'll get used to it. It's just the way they are.
No, don't accept that. And don't accept, what's this got to do with you? This doesn't affect you. It affects us all. If there's poison in the water, there's poison in the water.
If you hear someone being diminished, be an ally. If you see someone being excluded, be an ally.
If someone's voice needs amplifying, be an ally. If people need educating, be an ally.
Just by speaking up, an ally can make a huge difference. You let everyone know that it's not okay. And you let the person know that we, all of us, are on their side. That we don't accept this, so they don't have to. Be an ally. All you have is your voice, but that's all it takes.
Thank you very much, Paulina, for sharing experience of Deloitte. And in a moment, we will continue the conversation about SEB Global Services head or the deputy head. Olesi Kirchenko, I know that you are also prepared to share what you can be proud about, and others could also be inspired from this. Yes, hello. I have actually two hats today. Like Daci said, I am leading one of SEB group companies in Latvia, SEB Global Services or Business Services Center, but I am also a head of the association that unites several companies that also are in one sector. We each are representatives of several sectors, but there are some uniting factors. So therefore today I can share not only about SEB Bank examples, and my colleague in the morning also shared those examples, but I can share also examples from several companies that are the representatives of the Business Services Center. And just in short, so that it is more clear about the companies, we have 13 members in the Association of Business Services Leaders, and those companies are from various sectors, logistics, for example, MSC, or container ship, for example, or it could be also IT services, Cognizant, Accenture, or Tieto Every. It could be also banks like SEB Bank or DNB Service Center. And then there is a logical question, what unites us? We have developed criteria according to which so those uniting criteria that we have. So first of all, our owners of the company or investors are from abroad. So those are international companies, and at least 50% from the capital comes from abroad, is foreign capital. And we also are in Latvia, but we export our services. So we don't export goods, commodities, but services. So we work in Latvia, our employees are in Latvia, but on a daily basis we serve clients from another countries. And right now the data might be a bit different, but according to the data from Latvia Investment Agency, there are about 50 such companies, and there are 17,000 workplaces, so 17,000 employees work. So out of those 50 companies, about 13 are in our association, so the largest ones. And we, as an association, we also do surveys annually, and there are several questions we ask to the representatives of the sector. And if we speak about diversity and inclusion, we also have some data I would like to share with you. And that's a comment that there are not so many good examples, but in our sector, for example, among our representatives, we see a very good dynamics. And one of the questions about diversity inclusion, one of the questions is, do you have in the company diversity and inclusion policy or something in the code of ethics speak about it? And if 3 years ago only 65% of companies in our sector had such policy divisions, then now 92%, so it is almost all of them, at least formally, have those documents. But of course, all of us, we know that on the paper it is something else, and it is very nice. But then I also talked to our members so that they could tell about their greater or smaller success stories. Then also data from our survey from our research, we also asked, so which of the areas in the diversity and inclusion is in focus for the company at the moment? And we saw that this gender equality is almost for everyone one of the top priorities. And this is a traditional view or traditional aspect that when we speak about diversity. Sexual orientation, or ethnicity and age is also goes hand in hand in all the companies. Then people with special needs and other things are also important. The last data I could share with you about gender equality, where we asked, so what are the proportions in the companies, generally among employees, and also in the leading positions. So what is the percentage of women? And we can see that in our sector generally there is a, I would say, very good proportion. It is almost 50-50. And when I spoke to some companies, I saw that this proportion is even the opposite. We are almost risking to jump to another ditch. I don't think that this is very kind of intentionally just the specifics of the sector determines that there are more women, but I would say that this proportion is very, very healthy here. And as to the sector in general, I was also thinking to myself, can a sector be inclusive as such? And yes, I don't have the data or some scientific basis, but I can say that we feel that comparing with the average local Latvian company, our business model is more inclusive because we are international companies. Our working language usually is English or other languages, and so that means that we can employ also people with who are from various nationalities, diverse age, even though domineering age is young people who are more open towards acceptance and inclusion. Therefore, I would say that yes, I see that our sector is a good example right now.
So when I was speaking to my colleagues, to other companies, I asked them some questions, and I asked them, what is the thing that really helps you, that helps you to make changes, to implement initiatives, to ensure diversity and this inclusion in your companies? Yes, they say that they are international companies. 90% of the practices come from the mother institutions or head institutions. There are work groups and educational materials coming from countries that have really been ahead of us. But all of them mention that despite that there are a lot of initiatives coming from the head institution, there is still support from the local HR. That is the most important thing, that it just doesn't stay in the policy documents, that it also goes out on the page and really the HR carries on these ideas. And what we consider to be large companies in other countries are seen as as medium or small even, we understand that a lot we can do with our internal resources, and we should not have just fancy trainings or consulting agencies that come and help us. Even if your company is not an international one, you can definitely do it with your own resources. You can get good progress. I will return to talk about communities.
Un tad, ja es tā apkopoju, laika arī nav daudz, es sadalīju
So I don't have much time left, but I divided everything in 5 blocks. Our colleagues mentioned these as the examples of good practices, or that they feel that it really helps them to move on, move forward. And if we're talking about the fundamental things that we set, that we want to reach, to see that we are one step ahead, or moving in the right direction, these are the goals that we need to set. For example, there should be a portion of women in the managerial department or level, and also personnel selection should be done in a way that there should be more people with disabilities. It is not obligatory to have trainings, but there are these trainings for diversity and inclusion. One of the companies said that they have obligatory trainings with different focuses, different targets, and focuses on diversity and inclusion. For example, for them this year it was about how to limit biases. So it can be then, these goals can be set in their standards and their goals. I also included zero tolerance against discrimination. I don't know whether it's 0 or around 0, but I think
viedokļi var būt dažādi, jo tad mēs atkal varam, ka mēs atkal kādu daļu neiekļaujam. Ja? Viedokļi var būt dažādi,
their opinion. If it's 0, then we don't include everyone's opinion, but we should not tolerate discrimination. That is the point. And we have to repeat that every day, and the managers have to repeat that and remember that.
Tam ir jābūt neparprotamam.
That there should be 0 discrimination. So, again, on the screen you see this idea of whistleblowing. It has to be set even in the directives and laws, that if something happens that they see is wrong, that they can share that with their head of department or head of HR or a colleague. And these are the basic things that we have to work with to start talking about diversity and inclusion. So, and then there's this educational component that Melina already mentioned, that we really are afraid of what we don't know. We have these assumptions about these things. There's a road that we can take. There are trainings, there are initiatives that promote understanding, and they really help. I already mentioned obligatory training. Colleagues already do that. They can be also informal webinars.
viens no mūsu
web training.
uzņēmējiem, man liekas, tas bija Kognizants.
One,
Jā, Kognizants pieminēja,
I
man
think
ļoti likās tā
Cognizant
ļoti
mentioned
simpātiska iniciatīva.
the initiative
Viņi
that
sauc
I
to
really
Inclusion
liked a
Mentoring
lot.
Program,
They call it the
kad
Inclusion
mēs
Mentoring
runājam
Program.
par mentoringu, mēs parasti
For
runājam par
example, when you talk
profesionālām
about mentoring, you talk
kompetencēm,
about
un tad tev
professional
piešķir mentoru, kas tev
competences,
apmāca, kā
and you are
strādāt, jā, vai
given a
kā pildīt
mentor
savus
showing how
pienākumus,
to work,
bet
how
viņiem bija
to
ir tā
do
iniciatīva, kas ļoti labi strādā,
do your job, and that is an
ka ir,
initiative that
tu
really
vari kā
helps them,
darbinieks
that
pieteikties būt
you
mentoram,
as
nevis
an
profesionālām
employee can
profesionāliem
select a mentor,
skilliem, bet
not just for
kādai no
professional skills, but
inclusion
also
jomām,
for
piemēram,
some of the inclusion
cilvēkiem ar
aspects
īpašām
or
vajadzībām. Ja? Un
spheres.
tad,
For
ja
example, for
starp
people with
darbiniekiem ir kāds, kuram gribās
special
aprunāties, nevis
disabilities,
ziņot, piemēram, kad jau ir
for
kaut
people with
kāds,
disabilities. So
kaut kas slikts notiek, bet kad ir vajag aprunāties, iedot padomu,
if they want
tādas
to
lietas.
talk to
Liekas ļoti
someone or
simpātiska
get an
ideja un
opinion
neprasa
about these
ļoti
things,
daudz
they have
piepūles.
this mentorship program. So I think that is a very nice
Arī
idea, and it
runājot
doesn't
par
really take a lot
piemēriem,
of effort to make that.
trainship vai career shifter programmā arī
There's
Kognizants
also
pieminēja,
a career shifting
ja mēs
program
runājam
that
par diversity of backgrounds, ja, cik daudz mēs
mentioned.
veltam arī uzmanības, lai akceptētu cilvēkus ar
Here
dažādiem
they're talking about how they are
backgroundu,
accepting people with
fonu, tas
different
nebūs tagad,
background,
dažādām profesionālām iemaņām vai karjeru pirms tam.
with
Protams,
different
IT tas vairāk ir saistīts,
background,
protams,
different
ir
career
totāls trūkums
before
IT
coming to
speciālistu,
that
bet tas
company.
arī
We
palīdz
have
no
a complete
iekļaušanas
lack
un
of
dažādības
IT
viedokļa, ka mūsu
specialists.
uzņēmumā ir cilvēki, nevis visi daktari, piemēram, slimnīcā,
Not
bet
every
ar
one of
dažādiem
us have the same
iemaņām.
background, and
Jā, es
that is
pieskaršos tām
what we see
kopienām
here.
un darbinieku grupām, lai
So now I will
veiktu
talk about
dažādus
different
pasākumus,
groups of employees.
bet pie izglītošanas un atbalsta es arī pieliku, ka
When talking about
tieši
education
visiem ir
and
vajadzīgs
support,
tas atbalsts ik pa laikam, jo
every one of us needs support
viss nav tik
at
rožaini.
one
Protams,
time or
mēs nevaram
another.
pateikt, ka jā, tagad mūsu
We cannot just
13
say
uzņēmumos viss ir
our,
perfekti,
at our
visus
13
ciena
companies,
un
everything
pieņem.
is perfect.
Un arī
Everyone
katram ir
respects each
vajadzīgs
other,
ik pa
etc.,
laikam
etc.
uzmundrinājums, katram
Each
ir
one of us needs
vajadzīgs,
encouragement
piemēram, jā, tā
from
ir
time to
kāda
time,
brīvprātīgo darbinieku grupiņa, kuriem
even if
deg
it is some
acis
kind of voluntary
pašā sākumā
group
ieviest kaut kādas
that were
iniciatīvas, veikt
really
webinārus, taisīt
wanted
pasākumus,
to
bet
make
tad viņi
initiatives
saņem kādu
and
komentāru vai
web meetings,
vienlīdzību vai nav atsauksmes vai
then
jā,
they
ka viņiem
get this
arī vajag
positive
to
reinforcement, they get this encouragement.
atbalstu. Citreiz arī finansiālu, jo uzņēmumiem ir
Sometimes
jādomā,
these
lai ir
groups and
budžets kaut kādiem
initiatives need
pasākumiem, nu ļoti triviāli.
small
Bet
finances,
tas tā arī citreiz ir.
a budget for an event.
Mums arī vajag kādu naudu. Nu, lūk, un tad tas, kas viennozīmīgi iezīmējās no labas prakses piemēriem, no gandrīz visiem,
again, when
ar
talking
kuriem
about
es
good
runāju
practices,
pirms šī fóruma,
when I
ir
was
tie
talking to
darbinieki, tie
everyone
communities, kas ir starp
before this
darbiniekiem,
forum,
veidojās, un parasti tas ir
they
1,
say
2,
that
3
the good practice
cilvēku,
is
ja
to
mēs
have this
runājam par
unity
vidējo
among
uzņēmumu Latvijā,
employees,
iniciatīva, kuriem pašiem interesē, kuriem
that they
ir
have an initiative among a
optimisms
few
un vēlme
people,
kaut ko darīt,
that
un
they have
tad
optimism
tos
and
ir
wish to work
jāatbalsta,
and do
un tas
something,
varētu būt dažādās jomās,
then
tas varētu
it
būt
is
jā,
really
LGBT,
important and
tas varētu
critical to
būt
then help them,
cilvēkiem
those who
ar
want
īpašām vajadzībām,
to
tas varētu
have
būt
these initiatives at work,
sieviešu atbalstam,
whether it's
vai
about
working parents,
working parents,
jebkas, un tad
for
viņiem
female
vajag dot jā, tos
professionals, for
instrumentus
people with
un ļaut
disability, and
darboties.
then you
Nu,
have to
uzmundrināt ik
give
pa
them
laikam, vai ja mums visiem ir aizņemti
the
grafiki, ik pa
necessary
laikam
things that
atgādināt,
they
hei,
need,
piemēram, sen
or maybe
nebija kaut kāds
encouragement
pasākums, ja?
or budget,
Jā, un tad
or just encouragement
pasākumus var
saying,
rīkot,
telling this group
svinēt
that,
svētkus,
oh, it would be great
mums ir
to
vairāki
have another
piemēri,
event.
ko var svinēt, un ka mūsu
Again, we can have
biedri svin, jā,
an
mēs,
example
piemēram,
showing
Sebā
that
nesen, nu, kā nesen vakar,
for us in SEB,
kad bija pagājušajā nedēļā, laikam, Day of
I think
Tolerance.
last week we had a Day of Tolerance. It was a great event that the employees themselves organized. They turned to speakers that could come and talk to these issues. Then there was this diversity month, Daho Day and others. So there are many examples of events that people in your workspace can celebrate. So then there are these smaller or larger steps that do not demand a lot of demand a lot that other speakers already mentioned, for example, to get unisex toilets, or I don't know, another small thing would be just think about vegan foods available, and maybe also have spaces for people with disabilities. Us at SEP have talked about
nosaucu sociāli neitrāls, neesmu pārliecināta par terminu, bet, piemēram, ka bija kādi labumi,
about a goods basket.
Ir kāzas, ja? Bet citam varbūt nebūtu kāzas, ja?
So we have talked about the fact that some people could have something nice that they receive when they are married, but some may never marry, and then you can decide at which moments in their life could they then get these so-called benefit baskets or goods baskets. So that can be whatever you can imagine. I really liked it could be some kind of keychain in LGBT colors at the center, or just anything really small. That is important as well. Another thing is HR. The basic thing is to have a good HR, to look at people who are different equally, no matter their opinions, their age, gender, etc. And then you also need to have adequate tools. Maybe you have some kind of tools to find the right employee. For example, you can create this joint parent principle, and you do not just select the profiles of employees that you recognize yourself, but you can also have a cooperation with some agencies, employment agencies in Latvia. And one of our members said that they had an event that was specifically meant for people with, to employ people with disabilities. It is a specific topic that our institutions still have a way to go, but we can develop them as well. And some events that I could mention are these. I think all of these events were organized by the employees. Hearing so many good practices, maybe you should share your experience in a larger forum, in a larger discussion about this. So when talking about inclusive society, there is the myth that only international companies have this extremely inclusive environment. Right now, the Integration Fund has met so many people, so many organizations that show this very good attitude. And one of the companies that we have until now heard a lot about is a company, Printful. And Nora, Inves, you can talk now about your experience. I give floor to you.
Thank you. I will start with just the introduction. I am the head of the brand in Printful, and I am also a Canadian Latvian, so it means that Latvian is not my native language. So if I say something weird or use English words, then this is an explanation. But today I will tell how in Printful we develop diversity culture, inclusive culture in each office and manufacturer in our company. We are a large company. We have manufacturers in the whole world, US, Canada, Europe, and it means that we have a lot of people working for us, and we are very proud of it. Respect is one of the basic values for our company. It is very important for us, and we want to ensure that everybody feels safe, accepted, and comfortable in their own skin. And in Printful, I usually say that we have various teams with various goals, but all of us are in one large Printful team. All of us are people, and it is very important to see and accept each other as a person with dignity and empathy. And why we care and why we think about this a lot, the large reason is that this is important for our employees. Maybe this is self-understandable, but for people it is very important to work in the place where they feel safe and good and comfortable. For our employees, it is also important to work in the company that supports their values, that are standing for something that is important also for them. Here you can see also the quote. It's in English, but this employee is saying that this is the first company where they speak about diversity with respect and that they feel safe here and comfortable in this working environment. So it means that people appreciate this and this is important for them. I will tell about several examples. I will not go into the details and tell about everything, but I will give a general overview with some things we have started doing during the last few years and which has been quite successful for us. First thing is pride. It has become quite meaningful for our company in all locations, and this year, for example, in Riga, we celebrated this in our central office. We have had a rooftop party and also participated in Pride ceremony. And then in other locations, we have also had groups of people who also go on this parade and celebrate Pride. We have also started on the 17th of May. I don't remember how it's called in Latvia. It's a day against homophobia, transphobia, and biraphobia. And we raise a Pride Progress flag in every place in our manufacturer office where we have place to put a flag. And we want to say that we support community of LGBT plus, and we support employees, and also we want to be a good example not only in Latvia but also the rest of the world that we support it. But then we also want to ensure that diversity can be shown on a daily basis and we feel it every day. So we are trying to organize various activities and events on a daily basis. We speak about diversity a lot and why it is important. This year we also celebrated Black History, Women's History Month and Heritage Month. We are trying to disseminate educating content in all the companies so that everyone understands why we talk about this. Black History Month in America, this is a huge topic and people understand why we celebrate it. In Latvia, maybe this is not so clear because it's not a thing for here. So we want so that it's for everyone to clear why we speak about this as a company. We're also trying to organize lectures, guest lectures. Our employees have also voluntarily organized lectures about topics, for example, inclusive language and unconscious bias and so on. We want to do this regularly so that it's a part of our culture and we speak about it regularly. And a couple of more activities we have started is that we have established a diversity, equity and inclusion committee. And this is a group of employees where we also have a consultant, Kaspars, who are concerned about diversity and inclusive environment. And our goal is to meet regularly and to discuss ideas and initiatives how to implement this in the company more. And we also talk and discuss whether there are some topics, hot topics, which are important for our employees at a certain moment. We discuss problems. We try to understand where we need to focus more attention. So this is a way how we can keep the pulse of the company. And we also organized employee resource groups. And those are groups with people from one identity and their supporters or allies. And for example, we have women ERG and LGBT ERG. And so the goal is to have safe places where employees can come together and discuss topics which are important for them, and to think about the ways how to raise awareness in the company of those topics which are important for them. All this is organized by employees and done by their initiative so that they are doing this. And then we have also started to send out the diversity surveys, because it is important for us to listen to our employees, what they want to say. We have started, we have tried a lot of things, and we know we are not perfect, but there are a lot of things where we can do more. We want to listen what is important for employees. Do they really feel accepted and included? We want to see where we need to draw more attention and what we need to do in a different way. The first survey was sent in autumn last year, and we have decided to send it out every 2 years and to understand how we are doing as a company, because I believe it's very important to listen what employees are saying and how they are feeling. And the last two slides, I just wanted to emphasize again why we are doing this, that this is for the benefit of our employees, because for them it's important, because people want to feel accepted and comfortable at their workplace, and it is important to have their own values over there. This is another quote from an employee who says that I came home after this diversity intro lecture. They say that they liked it, and such a lecture has to be included during the onboarding process in every company. And the employees are saying that it is great to work in a company that the company's values match with their values one-to-one, and this is important. And the last images and examples. This is from our Mexico manufacturer. One is from Pride. Our employees are celebrating, and they are proud about Pride events. And another image is from our celebration of Mexico Independence Day. So we somehow celebrate it in each manufacturer, because we also have our companies manufacture in Mexico. That's all from me. Thank you. Nora, straight away I have a question. So hearing that there is a special group for women, we know that in Latvia, for example, there are huge challenges with this life longevity for men, which is a big challenge. Don't you have a group for men? Because I ask it seriously, because looking at the statistics and also healthy years and total length of life, then we see that men are much more endangered, if we can say so. If we speak about this biological diversity and so on, then we can use the same terminology. Our ERGs are about employees. If men want to start a group, they can do it. I believe that for men, it's also very important to speak about topics, for example, feminism, how to support women and how to be part of supporters. So if men want, they are welcomed, of course. Basically, I believe that here in Latvia, what is underdeveloped, this is opportunity for men to have this paternity leave, which is very rarely used, and this is not positively accepted. Now it is kind of mandatory, but yeah, everything that is related to the man's position in a family as a father, and sometimes also as a solo father, very often, most cases, there are solo mothers with children, but there are also solo fathers with children. And especially here in Latvia, that would be, we are not talking about this a lot, so I believe that this is also one of the aspects of diversity. And also, I would like to say that we are not talking a lot what we don't succeed. And as we have just generally a couple of minutes till the end, so that those who are here in person and those who are watching us online don't have a feeling that everything is too simple and that inclusive workplace is too easy task. Maybe you are ready to just in short to tell. So is there anything you didn't succeed? Are you ready to share something that didn't work out so well? Yes, I can say that not everything is so beautiful and so nice, and there is a long way to go. And of course, there are also failures. Here I cannot talk about other companies but, in our sector, but always there is an event that was not so well attended, or somebody commented on this in the chat, or if it's a chat for everyone, probably it's not going to be attacking, but according to the tone, you can feel that there is a, why are we doing this? Why are we, why do we need it? Everything is good with us. But that means that nothing is so good. And then everything becomes harsher due to the geopolitical situation and this overall level of anxiety. And that does not help, and it makes it more difficult. But on the other side, in every case, there is something positive, and this is greater, and you're focusing on this positive, and you just understand that you need to make those steps more and more, and you will have those comments less and less next time. Okay, thank you. You said that there is one specific example.
Yes, there's one particular example. So the Deloitte is organizing events also for their clients, and we've been doing that. And we had one, I think, 3 or 4 years ago. So we had a panel discussion from HR department head to CEO, and I organized that event, and I participated in selecting those who were on the discussion panel, and all 4 of them were men. So then there was one question from the audience. So what about gender equality? And after that moment, after that event, I am really careful to do that because it is really visual. You can really see it when there are just 4 men in their suits on the stage. So maybe one thing, what have been your setbacks or failures? I think one thing that we had to learn was how to create events to make sure that they are inclusive to everyone, to other time zones. There are people who work in different spaces, different continents. We had to think really a lot about how everyone can get involved and to make sure that everyone can join together. Thank you very much for joining this panel discussion. Thank you very much to those who are watching and listening. I'm really sure that your experiences really inspired other people so that people who go to their work tomorrow, they can implement them in their real life. Thank you very much.
Liels paldies runātājām.
Thank you very much.
Man jāpasaka, ko mēs tikko arī
Thank you very much to the speakers. So I have to say thank you to Dr. Helmane, the head of the Corporative Sustainability and Responsibility Institute, and then also thank you to Polina Nazarova, the Deloitte Administration head in Baltics, Alisa Petrenko from the SEB Baltic Services, and Nora Ilves from the Printful brand.
Es esmu lūgts tā kā nedaudz apkopot to,
I have been
kas šodien ir
asked
noticis,
to give an overview of what happened today, and I,
man
as
vajag
a
kaut kādu laiku, lai to visu
journalist,
salikt pa vietām. Šī laika man pagaidām nav bijis, bet
review
konspektu gan es varu piedāvāt.
I can
Es
actually
varētu
give
būt
it
tā
to
kā
you
tāds
right now.
rādītājs, ko
I
varētu
could
būt
be
iespējams sadzirdējuši tie, kuri varbūt
like an
ikdienā
indicator
nestrādā
what
vai nesatiek šo
people
tematiku
who do
pietiekami
not
bieži. Un
meet this topic
atgriežoties jau
every
pat visos
day
mūsu šīs
have
dienas sarunas
actually heard.
pirmsākumos,
So if we
lūk,
turn back to the beginning of this
656
forum,
miljoni eiro ir tie, kas varētu būt aiziet garām
656 million
mūsu
euros
valstī,
is
tieši
the
tāpēc,
amount
ka
that
mēs
may
nepietiekami
go
domājam par
past our country
iekļaušanu,
and
par
don't
līdztiesību.
get
Tā ir viena
that
no
we don't
atziņām, kas varbūt
receive
ir jāpaņem līdzi.
by not
Tāpat arī
having
Latvijā
an
ir
inclusive
ekonomiskā
environment.
attīstība,
So
bet iekļaušanā mēs nedarām
as of course we
pietiekami,
have
un to
economic
var
development, but we
redzēt.
are not doing
Arī
enough
ekonomiskās attīstības tempos, un
to
tas gandrīz
have
vai
this
tādiem
inclusion,
tiešiem pierādījumiem šodien arī
and this
tika
is
aizvests līdz
showed
secinājumam.
today.
Ko darīt? Politiķu un sabiedrības attieksme, izglītība, valsts pārvalde,
So what to do?
uzņēmējdarbības
We
vide,
need
šie
to
vārdi. Tos saliekot
get
kopā,
involved
tad arī mēs varam virzīties uz
change the
priekšu.
minds of
Kas
politicians,
vairāk kārt šodien izskanēja,
policymakers,
ļoti
to
svarīgi ir
change the
neklusēt, vai
educational
arī, kā
system,
tiek
and
sacīts,
we
zero
should not
tolerance pret
be
sevi un
silent.
pret citiem, tad, ja
We
mēs
should
redzam,
have
ka
the
kaut
zero
kas nav
tolerance
kārtībā ar
against
iekļaujošu
others and
sabiedrību,
ourselves as well, to
iekļaujošu
make
pašu
sure
vai
that
darba kolektīvu.
we are
Tāpat arī
inclusive, to have
tas
this
no
inclusive
Ficil
society
pārstāvs
around us.
izskanēja, jeb
Then
ārvalstu investoru
Ficil
padomes, ka starptautiskā
representative
konkurence mūs
said that
agri vai vēlu vai
international
jāuzspiež vai
competitiveness
piespiedīs domāt par šiem
sooner or later
jautājumiem.
will
Tas ir
make
tāds
us think about
vējš,
these
kurš pūš
issues,
un no
and that
kura
is just a wind
izvairīties
that
ir
is
diezgan neiespējami.
still continuing
Viedokļu
to blow, and we
dažādība
cannot really
mazina
avoid
riskus
it.
un ļauj
And
pieņemt
by
labākus
having a
lēmumus
diminishing
un
number
veicina
of opinions, it really
ambīcijas. Ja mēs šos viedokļus nopļaujam, tad
diminishes
bez
our success stories.
riskētājiem
So
varbūt dažiem
if
no tiem mēs,
we
diemžēl,
don't have these risks, then we don't have
pēdiņās iztiksim. No pašvaldību pieredzes mēs varējām
this
paņemt to, ka jau
development.
vēsture
So
ir pierādījusi, mēs Ģedimina laikos atgriezāmies, ka
history
dažādība
has
ir tā, kas
shown
veicina
that
attīstību, un pilsēta
diversity
aug arī tieši
really
tāpēc, ka
promotes
mērķiecīgi īstenot dažādību.
development
Cēsīs
and
atvērtība
growth.
jaunajiem ir parādījusi, ka
Then
speciālisti
we also heard
izvēlas
about the
strādāt vietās,
experience
kas
in
attīstās,
Tālis,
kur ir iespējams iegūt jaunu
a city
pieredzi.
that is
Tāpat arī
developing, that
vērtības ir
attracts
svarīgas ne tikai
people.
lozungos, tās ir svarīgi
Then also
apzināties un
about
pēc tam
values.
piekopt praksē.
These are
Apzināšanās, starp citu, vairāk
important
kārt izskanēja ar
in
pierakstīšanu.
practice.
Tā kā es to esmu izdarījis, palīdz. Draudi ne tikai militāri, un
Then
katram ir loma
we also talked
aizsardzībā,
about
katram,
threats,
es
and
domāju,
each
šeit
one
ir
of
lielais
us
uzsvars.
has a role
Lielākais spēks ir
in
vienotībā, un tieši tāpēc tiem, kuri
fighting
ir
these
pret to,
threats.
tieši šīs vienotības šķelšana ir viens no spēcīgākajiem ieročiem.
division of unity is one of the tools that is being used against us. And today I had these great lessons that I heard from other people in my sphere, in media spheres, and I still have to learn more about diversity. So another thing that is important that was mentioned today was diversity and training. So today I nearly came here by a bike, but I usually do.
Tas, par ko mēs šodien, tās lietas, ko mēs runājām, tā ir nevis sasniedzama lieta. Tas ir nevis mērķis, ko var izpildīt, bet tas ir process, kurā ļoti svarīgs ir līdzsvars, un tas ir iespējams tikai tad, ja mēs to darām regulāri, vienmēr un klātesoši, un
something that we have to think about all the time. And otherwise, we will not move on. And all of these things are really important to continue developing. So what is important, what the organizers asked me to say is nothing new, but many of people in Latvia may already know that all children in Latvia are loved by Mother Latvia. So those who are still watching us and listening to us online, I want to say thank you to you. All this is thanks to the cooperation with the Diversity Charter, the Corporate Responsibility Institution, and also Mozaīka, and this is possible with the help of Evenet Group and Vision Fund in Germany. So the TVNet link is the one that you need to find this conference.
Tik daudz informācijas.
There is so much information. It's difficult. So, yes, there is this diversity charter that we cooperate with. Thank you very much for joining us online. We are ending our online part now. Thank you very much. Goodbye.